Shows how little you know politics.
Choose your destiny.
You can go left or you can go right. You can go forward, but never ever back.
I want to hear your thoughts.
Good evening, my little one. I shall make you psychotic.
Mommy, what does psychotic mean?
I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah. Woke up. I ain't feeling your side. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. Views and events expressed here are totally whacked and are not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien? ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? I think we can. Yeah, and don't take my word for it. Look that shit up. Man, did I lose my mic? How y'all feeling? Y'all feel good? We're back. We're gonna start off slow. I need to check and make sure that I'm freaking coming through. So forgive me. Give me one moment. Anxiety. Forgive me. Give me one moment. Okay. So, yeah, the name of the show today is Natural Order in Chaos. Natural order is chaos. I don't know if I want to do the monologue to explain that right now. I'm going to come back to it, hopefully. I know if you guys watch the show a lot, sometimes I say I'm going to come back to something and I absolutely don't. It falls all the way off the memory banks, or it falls all the way off of the programming, whatever you want to say. We run out of time. I apologize for that. It's tough, It's a one-man show, one-man job. I mean, not really. I mean, I have Pat, Deuce, and Doc, but when I'm in here alone, it's a struggle to stay on track. I ain't gonna lie. And I ate too much, and I'm tired. I only got like 4 hours of sleep last night, so we're gonna struggle through this. What is going on? Am I connected to the right thing? Let's see. Okay. Let me see. Where do I want to start? That's always the problem. Let's go to Twitter and let's start there. And then we'll come back to this and we'll come back to that also.
Do you feel like we're seeing a weaponization of a Justice Department that is a beholden to the executive branch, who is running for president again against Trump, who is competition? And do you feel like that it's hypocritical? Because if we saw it in the reverse, like obviously neoliberals and Democrats would be screaming from the top of the rooftops.
Well, see, I believe that the legal system, Department of Justice, has always been weaponized against revolutionaries. It's always been weaponized against Black people willing to tell the truth about the depths of oppression that has a strong class dimension, a strong white supremacist dimension, a strong male supremacist dimension, and strong homophobic and transphobic dimension. So that this notion of weaponization being something new, I'm thinking like, dang, where do you think COINTELPRO was?
But from the perspective of a presidential candidate, do you frown upon the weaponization? Just take the names away. Do you frown upon the weaponization of the DOJ against opponents in the way that we've been seeing?
Yes, no, I think that's wrong.
Yeah,
I think that's just on a moral ground. Just on moral grounds.
Okay. So that's interesting, but I think they kind of backed him into that answer, I think. It says, here's Cornel West speaking not only on weaponization of the DOJ against Trump, but also on how the Justice Department has historically been weaponized against political opponents. But that's not exactly what he said. He said revolutionaries. It kind of froze up a bit. Let's play it again.
Do you feel like we're seeing a weaponization of a Justice Department that is a beholden to the executive branch, who is running for president again against Trump, who is competition? And do you feel like that it's hypocritical? Because if we saw it in the reverse, like obviously neoliberals and Democrats would be screaming from the top of the rooftops.
Well, see, I believe that the legal system, Department of Justice, has always been weaponized against revolutionaries. It's always been weaponized.
He said against revolutionaries.
Department of Justice has always been weaponized against revolutionaries.
Revolutionaries.
It's always been weaponized against Black people willing to tell the truth about the depths of oppression that has a strong class dimension, a strong white supremacist dimension, a strong male supremacist dimension, and strong homophobic and transphobic dimension. So that this notion of weaponization being something new, I'm thinking like, dang, where do you think COINTELPRO was?
But from the perspective of a presidential candidate, do you frown upon the weaponization? Just take the names away. Do you frown upon the weaponization of the DOJ against opponents in the way that we've been seeing?
Yes, no, I think that's wrong.
Yeah,
I think that's just on a moral ground. Just on moral grounds.
He said he's wrong just on moral ground. That was a clip, though. People love to do that. Let's see what some tweet replies are on here. First one, it says nailed it completely. Another one, it says he really did, though. That was the reply to that by the guy who posted this, Nico House. I wonder how the hell did he get that interview with he got 69K followers. I mean, I've seen him around, but I don't know, maybe he has a budget, or maybe it's because Cornel West is running for president. He's willing to take on interviews with anybody or whatever. When I saw this, I was wondering, how did he even get this interview? This guy is almost a nobody. Like, I seen him around, but that's because I be in on this stuff. But for the most part, I think this guy is, I don't know. I mean, he's coming up, though. He's coming up. Savvy Sabs, she said, great job, Nico. Another comment, it says, well, that's relieving. It's a start. Another comment, it says, where's the full interview? And that's kind of where I'm at on this, because there was a clip. I mean, I don't want to find the whole interview and play it, but my point is that, you pull these clips and it just kind of like to support your narrative that you're trying to create. And the questions were kind of leading to it, kind of backed him into that comment. I wonder what would be his full comment or whatever on that, as far as what he was trying to get him to say was that they're weaponizing the DOJ against Trump. And so, and using that clip, it made it sound like that's what he was saying. But I don't know that that's what he was saying. He did say that they weaponize the DOJ all the time, for political reasons. But he said against revolutionaries, that was his main point there. But I wouldn't call Trump a revolutionary. I wouldn't call Trump a revolutionary by any stretch. Another comment, it says, I believe it drops Tuesday, if I remember correctly. So this was on September 8th. So I guess the full interview hasn't dropped yet. Another comment says, this is exactly what he needs to say. U.S. is a fascist country from beginning, no matter who's in charge. Another comment says, he does not understand the gravity of the lawfare being conducted against Trump supporters and Trump himself. He just thinks he should get fair trials. They should get fair trials, whatever that means. He doesn't understand the persecutions themselves are the problem. Another comment says, I can't wait till the whole interview is released. I think your questioning and others in the independent media being able to engage with Dr. West is helping him to become a better candidate and stay true to his grassroots. So maybe that's why, it's a good look for Cornel West to go on a small channel like that. I think, it's going to reach a totally different audience than he does on the main channels, on the big channels. Because we don't watch that stuff. We only watch little channels like that. So, yeah. And it's really smart for this guy to tease the interview, too, and drop clips of it, try to get that trending or whatever, so people can kind of be looking for the interview when it comes out. Get him some more views. Read this one. It says, he's correct. It's not newly weaponized, more like continuing to function against dissent as designed. A former president, us, a new big step in who it's targeting. People like MLK in the past certainly had a voice and some power, but nothing on the level of a former president. I can back that up. I mean, I feel that. It says, agree totally, Brother Cornel, you have my vote. I like Cornel West. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know how much I'm gonna actually vote in the presidential election, but I like him. Another comment, it says, but does he think that it's being weaponized against Trump? I'd like to know the answer to that question. See, that's what people want, and that's what the question was kind of leading, and he didn't give them that, I don't think, with that clip. Another comment, it says, when I have conversations with my pops, who totally resembles Dr. West's political views and actions, I have to ask him to take away the names of the people and look at the actions that are being done so he can see the danger we're going into. But his hate for Trump is uncanny. Take away the names, because that's what this guy said in the interview. So what? It's like this comment is saying that older folks don't really understand what's going on. I don't really agree with that. I think Cornel West has a good idea of what's going on out here. The guy's a Harvard professor. Or he was. Another comment says, very solid, couldn't disagree with anything here. Another one says, nice one, Nico. There's a meme somebody posted. It says, think, the same people who believe the earth is overpopulated say they can save your life with the vaccine. What does that have to do with what we're talking about here? You're just going to throw it? Moving on. Another comment, it says, the biggest mistake Trump makes is he needs to go to blue states and cities. He needs to hold a rally in the Bronx. Everyone I know and work with have the same values as me, but never see Republicans in our neighborhood. He's missing an authenticity cannot be faked. His message and authenticity cannot be faked. He cares. Yeah, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I agree with that, but the first part, I can get with. Like, yeah, he needs to go to democratic cities and states. That's what Hillary Clinton did wrong. She didn't campaign in the right. She only went to strongholds. When she ran for president, and she lost as a result. Excuse me. So yeah, I think Trump will have a better chance if he did like kind of appeal to the Dems. I think he would find a lot of people who would, you know, like him a lot more if he comes to their city. I don't know if he's going to actually do that though.
Ando a China en medio de un diluvio, lluvia bendita, agua bendita, llegando a la ciudad de Shenzhen a una visita histórica a nombre de todos los venezolanos y las venezolanas. Paso a paso, construyendo la nueva geopolítica mundial, construyendo lazos de cooperación entrañables, profundos con la República Popular China. Aquí estamos en China otra vez. Mis saludos a todos y todas. Llueve, llueve, llueve. Lloverán buenas noticias. Saludos a todos.
Yeah, not really saying anything here. Venezuela's President Nicolas Maduro just arrived in Xinjiang, China, in what he calls a historic visit. Maduro said there are step-by-step buildings, the new world geopolitics, building close, deep links of cooperation with the People's Republic of China. Yeah. So yeah, it is kind of a big deal that he's going to China. And the thing about this thing is what people don't really understand is the United States kind of forces these things to happen because, Venezuela trying to be all right. They're trying to make it, and they have to find their ways around like the sanctions and so forth and so on. And see, Russia is in the same boat, and in some cases, China is too. So you have a situation that kind of forces these countries to align with each other, to go around these sanctions, to go around the behavior of the United States. So the alliance, the United States is creating these alliances, really, like it's pushing these people into corners, and they have to find ways to, make it to get by, and they need trade. So, they got to go around the dollar, they got to go around the sanctions. And the way to do that is like, and that's the reason why BRICS is becoming more and more of a thing. It's really as a result of the war, the Ukraine war, and all the sanctions that they put on Russia is leading to, strengthening the BRICS. It's causing these countries to have more stronger relationships with each other. Once those relationships are built and things start moving back and forth, it's going to be really hard to undo that. Like, I don't know what the United States will be able to do to break those things up. It seems like they don't really, it's like they're not playing the long game. It's like they don't really know what's going to be the results of the things that they're doing. The first European country that joins BRICS, it's a wrap. Let me read some comments. It says, do you think the head of the CPC will ask President Maduro about the PSUV attack on the PCV? I don't know what they're talking about there. Another comment that says, it's crazy to think it's been a decade since he succeeded Chavez. Truly inspirational. I think there was some sarcasm there. These ads. Another comment that says, heavy rain in Shenzhen. Hope everything will go smoothly for His Excellency. Another comment says, game on. Let's change the world for the better. Another one that says, wishing you a blessed and prosperous journey. What is this? China MFA spokesperson Hao Shengying. At the invitation of President Xi Jinping, president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolas Maduro Moros, will pay a state visit to China from September 8th to the 14th. So today's the 9th, so he's still over there. Wonder what they're talking about. Another comment says, this is powerful and it's not news at all. Another comment says, thank you, Ben, for focusing on this, as the West media totally disregarded this. However, in Chinese media, this is important news. Another comment says, good for both countries, cut the cord of empire and colonialism, and the hell with Monroe Doctrine. Another one that says, it's not asking for money. After all, he has stolen elections. Is not he asking for money? That comment is hard for me to. Another one that says, and the Biden administration buys oil from him because he throttled back American production. Another comment that says, they should join BRICS. Venezuela is another country that has been bullied by the U.S., who want U.S. companies to plunder their oil and gold resources. UK have stolen their gold. So, yeah, and I want to go back to this previous comment because it said throttle back American production, talking about buying oil. If y'all don't remember, it wasn't that long ago. All those Valeros that we have here in the States, that's Venezuela. So we had been having a relationship with Venezuela for years. And then, political winds blew, and all of a sudden we're like not having much of our relationship with Venezuela has gone south. Let's just say it that way. We froze all their assets. We took their stuff. The stuff that they had here in the States, we just took that stuff. That's what happened. The media doesn't cover this stuff that much, but you can look it up. It's not hard to look it up. And actually, you could see it around you. You could see the Valeros. They came and they just closed down the Valeros, bro. Took their stuff. Straight robbed them. It's like, what you gonna do about it? Nothing. That ain't right. That ain't right. So you can't be mad at Venezuela for going to cozy up with China as a result. I kind of want to pull that up since I mentioned it. Let's see. One second, y'all. I suck at spelling. Portugal, 4 years ago, Trump orders total freeze of Venezuelan government assets. Okay, let me see. Yeah, let's see. Let's flip through a little bit of this. This is old. It's about 4 years ago when this happened, but the news didn't barely cover this stuff. But like I say, I keep my ears to the street. That's the reason why I'm aware of it.
As usual, reactions are divided between the people, the citizens, and also the politicians. On one side, we have the opposition leader Juan Guaido and the rest of the people that support Juan Guaido saying that this is the only way to push to the edge, to push Nicolas Maduro to the edge so that he can resign or he can push forward to this elections that the opposition is actually asking for. And the usurpation, to end the usurpation as they call it. This is for them the only way out, and this is an extreme way, they agree, but again, it is the only way. This is again for the Venezuelan opposition. Now, for the citizens and a lot of analysts, political analysts, we're seeing that there's a lot of criticism around the idea and around the embargo. There is a lot of people comparing Venezuela with Cuba and saying that it didn't work in Cuba, so this is not going to work in Venezuela. And ultimately, what it's going to cause is to increase the situation, the crisis that Venezuelans are living. And now in the government, inside of the government, many analysts say that this is going to be a way out for the government. This is going to be their excuse. This is going to be another thing that they're going to put into their speech, just to avoid recognizing responsibility for the crisis that Venezuelans are living.
Okay, so some people then saying it can be used as an excuse by the government, but what other consequences could this directly have?
Definitely, this is going to bring direct consequences among the crisis and among Venezuelans. No one really knows the extent of it. So we need to wait and see exactly what the United States is talking about, because it is talking about an embargo, but we don't really know, for example, if this is going to affect companies like Visa, MasterCard, if this is going to affect the Zelle transfers, because this is something that most Venezuelans use right now to access to US dollars, which is basically the only way out of the economic crisis, that it's reaching hyperinflation of projected 10 million% in 2019. This, according to the Monetary Fund. So we really don't know the extent of it, but people are starting to worry what it's going to happen with, for example, Venezuelans that have accounts in the United States and that have money in the United States. Are they going to be frozen, or this is just for the government? This is just for Nicolas Maduro? This is not very clear, but definitely, although the government of the United States say this is not going to touch medicines or food or the humanitarian aid that they say they are bringing to Venezuela, many people worry that this is in fact going to have an impact, a direct impact on importations and exportations.
Indeed, a divided reaction there, as you say, Anna. But
So yeah, whenever you wonder why it was such an influx of Venezuelans coming to the United States, and you had the United States doing stuff like this, and it was exacerbating their situation already over there, you know? I mean, it's a lot of history related to this. It would take forever to really cover it, but you know, they socialized their the oil, so that's the reason why the people over there could pay pennies for gas, you know, stuff like that. And those are ways that they give back to the people. But that kind of
Government was
stuff,
screwing them over though, bro.
yeah,
That's the part.
okay.
That's the part that everybody who speaks against the United States for what they're doing, the United States actually stepped in to actually try to help too,
They,
because the
trying to
Venezuelan
help.
people were running because of the dictatorship and the corruption within the Venezuelan government, bro. How they were killing people, how everybody, there was no reason for anybody in that country for as lucrative, the same thing as the continent of Africa. For Venezuela to go through the shit that they were going, there was no reason for it. It was corruption within the government, the dictatorship. They stripped the people of their rights. They stripped the people of their resources, their money, every fucking thing, bro. And if you spoke against it, you were shot and killed on sight in front of your family. Your family was even killed. Like, it's fucking famine over there. This was all a part of the government and the bullshit deals that the government was doing underhandedly with other countries, not the US, but other countries that they were doing shit with and screwing and fucking over the people. Like, and I hear everybody say, "Oh, well, the US is doing this and doing that." And it's like, "Okay, well, the US actually stepped in. They're doing this thing. They're trying to suppress this guy to fucking get him out of there because they don't want to go over there and create a war to get him out like we normally do things, because the people are already fucking suffering. But then you got everybody that's saying, oh, the US is these bad people, they're making it. No, do a little bit more research and see what their own fucking government is doing and why these other Western world countries are stepping in, doing what they're doing to try to overturn this guy, as well as sending aid into Venezuela to try to help because these people are fleeing. I forget what's the kind. Is it Brazil that's next door to them? They're fleeing over there in droves, and these people don't even have anywhere to even house these people. Like the shit is bad over there, you know.
Yeah, but look, so the U.S. I'm not going to disagree with you and say that there was no corruption happening over there. But if the U.S. was trying to help, then they're not doing a good job because they made things worse. The title of this one is "The U.S. Will Use Every Tool to End Maduro's Dictatorship," and it says they confiscate. What did they say? It said they froze the assets. It said it froze the assets of the government, but it wasn't just the government. It was any Venezuelan assets that were over here in the States. It says White House freezes all Venezuelan government assets in the U.S. And that's what led me to do this. And then that was back around that time where Nicolas Maduro, he was all like claiming that he was the president and all of that. So, but if the people hated, what's his name? Freak. The one who's there now, if they hated this guy so freaking much, why the hell that they didn't just support Juan Guaido? Why did they say, no, this dude is not our president? You know, Nicolas Maduro is still the president over there. You know, if the people, you know, wanted to get off from under Nicolas Maduro, then they could have went with Juan Guaido and supported him and said, yeah, this guy's our president. But he had very, very little support outside, you know, inside of Venezuela.
It's the same thing that we have over here. The millions of America that don't want Joe Biden as a president, he's still the fucking president. You know what I'm saying? Like the same shit, bro. That happens here. Like it's no different over there. But I think us as a society, we've gotten so used to pointing the finger and trying to place blame as opposed to actually looking deeper into what is actually going on. You know, that's the same thing. The question that you just asked is the same shit that's happening here in America.
Oh man, there is some similarities. Let's play. Is this long? It's 8 minutes. I wanted to play something that. Okay, GM halts operations in Venezuela after factory is seized. Oh wait, no, that's happened. Did that happen in Venezuela? I kind of was looking for a video that was going to show what they did to the Valeros and how they took the freaking stuff. It says, could Citgo be seized? It says, why Venezuela's Citgo is in danger of being seized. Brian Sullivan reports on how PDVSA-owned Citgo is in jeopardy due to the outcome of a lawsuit against the Venezuelan government. I guess that's what it says. I don't want to waste a lot of time on this because I wasn't planning on covering this. $5 years ago. Let's play a little bit of this.
Well, the U.S. Marshals have served, and we actually have the federal warrant that served PDVSA in the United States. It's called PDV Holding. It's a Delaware corporation that owns Citgo. So they have actually been served with this $1.4 billion writ of attachment, as they call it. So they have to pay now. Now, Venezuela has PDVSA.
What the hell is a writ of attachment?
That has immediately appealed to the Court of Appeals. But so far, the Court of Appeals has not stopped it or has not stayed the actual warrant writ of attachment.
Yeah, and it's kind of a desperate situation for Venezuela. There's a few ways out here as I read it, and please correct me again if I'm wrong, because it is extremely complicated. If they just put up this $1.4 billion that they owe this fund called Crystalex, they could keep control. But they obviously don't have any money. They have taken a loan in the past from Russia's Rosneft for $1.5 billion, which, by the way, controls about 49.9% effectively of PDV Holdings. Is there a chance in any way in the next couple of days that they could either pay the debt on their own or get help from Uncle Putin?
I don't think so. Actually, Rosneft has actually entered into the fray in the federal court in Delaware, and saying that they don't want it to be sold without their approval. And if it goes to be sold, then they immediately get to force on the underlying corporations that own Citgo a change of control clause, which makes their debt immediately due and payable, which would mean that Crystalex would have to then pay off the $1.5 billion Russian loan as well.
That is so basically Rosneft has now become a creditor. So how likely do you think it is, Russ, that Venezuela loses Citgo? And if they do, I don't want to call it the death blow to the Maduro regime, but this is their only real source of revenue. I don't know how else to phrase it.
Well, they do rely heavily on the U.S. market, but there are other companies in the U.S. Actually, Citgo is not even the largest purchaser of Venezuelan oil in the United States, although Citgo runs around 750,000 barrels a day through its 3 main refineries. Venezuela actually sends more oil to companies like PBF in the U.S., but it is their most ready source of cash by sending it to the U.S. They can survive without it. And indeed, they were trying to sell Citgo and get rid of it because they knew all of these expropriation judgments for all the bad things they did under Chavez about stealing international oil companies' assets was going to come home to roost. And now, indeed, it is coming home to roost.
Well, Zion.
Yeah, so I wonder, how did they come up with this, what they're talking about with the debt that they had? So then this guy is talking about the stuff back to Chavez. So is that how they came up with this debt that they have? Man, I wish somebody was here to freaking explain this a little bit more. I don't want to spend too much time on this because this is like a whole ass rabbit hole. But the title of this one, it says Venezuela's Citgo refineries in the U.S. are at risk of being seized and sold. This is all about 4 or 5 years ago, by the way, y'all. So I don't want to make people think this is like recent news. This is history. I want to read a couple comments underneath this video. See, it's not very many. Just like in the other video, it wasn't very many. I bet you they blocked the comments. It says, I don't see a Citgo gas station in my state, Ohio, but I do in southern states. All the more reason to go to alternative energy than this happens to fossil fuel companies. Another one that says, I wonder if the Citgo refinery in Lamont, Illinois was seized and sold since this was listed on YouTube 4 years ago, 2023. Wow, somebody's coming back to this now just like me. That's weird. 2 months ago. Another comment, it says, Venezuela did what Castro did over 50 years ago. Now it's time to pay up. So it says, see, this is what I'm saying. I wonder, when they talk about the debt, are they talking about that? Because they naturalize their stuff. And this is happening around the world too. Like some African countries are doing this now where they're like, we're not going to deal with these private companies anymore. We're going to own our own resources, and help use the revenue from that to help our people here instead of letting some corporation from around the world extract these resources and take all the profit out of it and give the people nothing. So, people can say, oh, that's cruel or whatever for them to like switch that over like that. But then the argument I would make is that it was cruel in the first place for them to be extracting their resources. Like, it's like, okay, the people are going to say, well, it hurts these corporations or whatever. Or they're going to say they built these infrastructures or whatever that they're using or whatever. So is that where the debt comes from? It's like the private company came over and they built these infrastructures to benefit themselves, not the people. And then the government decide to be like, you know what, this is not working no more for us. We're going to use this for our people. And then they're like, okay, well, fine. Then you owe us like $599 bazillion.
I mean, the shit happens all the time. I mean, it happens in Africa, but that's why I say, I know it's been a while since I've been on the show, but that's why I was making the last argument that I was making when you guys were, well, I can't say you guys, because I don't want Pat to hear this and be like, man, you should not. But when you guys were praising China for all of the shit that they're doing in Africa and this and that, and it's like, No, bro. Africa has allowed so many other fucking company or countries to come in and do this and do that when, bro, they like, I get it. I understand that, financially they may not be set, but it's like, okay, how about striking a deal where instead of these folks coming in and building and giving this shit and then in return, like how about we strike a like almost like if you go out and purchase a car. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like these motherfuckers, if Chase Auto Finance finances you on the car, nigga, they not like, oh, well, we're gonna give you the car, but we're gonna drive it for the 6 years that you're paying on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, how about do something like that, bro? So it's like I feel like, and I know this shit may sound fucked up, but I feel like these countries they can do that shit, but I think because you have human beings running this shit within the government, yeah, they may start out thinking about the people, but at the end of the day, bro, they're lining their pockets. That's why they're so fucking rich. That's why these government officials and all of everybody else is suffering, but the people high up are not. You know what I'm saying? They're living in lavish fucking oases and palaces within the country while there's a fucking famine in Venezuela where they're eating each other, bro. Like it was literally that bad just a couple of years ago. Like they were literally killing and eating people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's why I say like I feel like us in America, bro, like we really some fucked up people because like we'll say, oh, energy this, that, like we're saving on gas and the earth and this and that but and we're gonna have these everything electrical now, electric this, electric that, but we're not looking at the lives that are the countless lives that are being lost just for you to fucking have this electric vehicle, bro. Nobody thinks about that shit.
Hmm.
But we praise China, we praise all these other countries. Oh, they're doing this for Africa, yet and still there's thousands of people on a daily basis that are dying to extract the resources for your American ass to continue to have your nice fucking newest computer and cell phone and electric car. But you're doing your part because you're driving an electric vehicle. Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, I think they sold us a wolf ticket with that. Let's cover this right here. It says, what did the U.S. achieve with the technology sanctions against China? They made the Chinese car giant BYD sell the most electric vehicles in the world in less than 2 years. They forced cell phone giant Huawei to start manufacturing its own semiconductors, which were the U.S. only advantage over China within 2 years. In conclusion, the U.S. has created a competition for itself in every field, thanks to the sanctions with which they wanted to destroy nations. Now, everything that the West has, the East also has. It's a multipolar world. So, this is what's happening. I wanted to see if I have this clip on this cell phone. They came out with a new cell phone in China, and it's using all of its own chips, its own technology, and the shit is selling like crazy, like hot cakes.
Yeah.
It's a big
Bro,
hit. Let me see if I can find it. Go ahead.
like when you sit back and you really like try to connect the dots and look at everything that's coming to fruition. Man, all this shit is a plan, bro. All these countries are working together. I believe America is doing their part to destroying our country as a whole, fucking over the citizens. This was all a plan and a plot. Everything that's happening before us, it's a plan, bro. It was already on the books. This shit is just being played out. You know what I'm saying? Like it they knew this shit way back when. They knew they've been working on this shit since before nigga you was even uh for you was even a fucking cell in your dad's nutsack, bro. Like That's how I believe now. Like this shit is just nothing surprises me anymore, bro. And it's just, you know, this whole one world order, you know, one world ruling or however you call that shit. You know, I don't have the correct word for it right now. But as far as like money, everything, like everything is all of this shit is planned, bro. This whole collapse of our financial system, all of this shit, bro. It's a plan and a plot, and I truly believe that all of these countries are working together, and they're trying to paint this picture about BRICS as becoming a strong. Like this was already planned, bro. This shit was on the books.
Maybe, but
They've
it's
been fucking
happening.
planning to fail our economy, bro. Like, if America had never had any plans to fail our economy and our finances, then why the fuck would they borrow money from communist ass China? Like, let's like really think about that shit. When you
Well,
know that this country has the ability to become a superpower over you, you gonna go get in bed with them?
it's
When we're
because we love our cheap products, bro. We love our cheap consumer products, bro. And China is the one who produces them. So you could blame the American people for that.
yeah,
If you go to a
you
dollar store, you go to Family Dollar, most of that stuff is gonna be made in China, bro.
yeah, but I don't I don't know. I I mean I guess we can say that shit too, but you know like if you really think about it, bro, like did we really have a fucking choice in the matter because they took everything manufactured here? Like we don't make shit anymore
And who
in
made those
our country.
decisions? The corporations made those decisions because they want to freaking make the most profit, And still,
So can you truly blame the American people?
you can
Like can
still
you
blame
truly
you can still blame us too because we don't
but how
have to
can you
go to the
blame
dollar
us when
store. We can
but how
spend a
can you
couple of
blame us
dollars more on whatever the hell and get the
but how
shit
can
made
you
here in the
blame us
States.
but how can you blame us when all of the blue collar jobs, manufacturing jobs, all of these jobs are stripped away from us and now we're forced to live on way less money?
Yeah. Okay, that's a fair argument right there. I can't even lie. Like, if you only have like $20 and you need to eat and you need a cell phone charger and something else, then yes, you finna go to the dollar store or some shit. You know, you finna go to Walmart or whatever. You finna go to
So
Family Dollar, Five Below or whatever.
that's why I feel like we didn't really have a choice in that matter. That's what makes me truly feel in my heart, bro. Like this shit was all a plan. Like it started way before us. Like I
Let me
don't
play
know.
this. It says Huawei Store versus Apple Store. It says this is what all Western economies combined tried to prevent, resorting to kidnappings but couldn't. Notice how China doesn't fear Apple. It lets Apple sell in China, while the US regime shit itself at the mere mention of Huawei. So this is a clip that the store going crazy over this new phone. See, it's
That
showing the
brand
Apple
has been a
Store.
while.
Look, the Apple Store is empty.
That brand has been a while for a minute, been around for a minute, bro. That H highway shit. It's
Yeah,
been on
Huawei.
other shit that I've seen before.
Yeah. It's the they have the real 5G. Like so, the 5G that we get a lot of times is coming from them. Like, see, but the thing is, recently in the last few years, they've been giving Huawei a hard time. That's what they said. They mentioned kidnapping in this. That one of the executives from Huawei was in the United States, and they basically like arrested her. Like basically for no reason, but because she was an executive in the Huawei company and they wanted to try to hurt China in some kind of way. They eventually let her go or whatever. And so the thing is, recently, the United States is in this like tech war with China, and they are afraid that China's gonna be the big dog on the block when it comes to tech, which they probably are and have been already. But they don't want to compete. They don't want the Huawei to compete with American companies. And you know why? It's because they're going to blow them all the way out of the water. So, I mean, like this clip right here shows the Apple store empty as fuck and the Huawei store full. That's what this clip shows. And I was looking for the one about the phone. I don't see it, but I'm sure that's what they were in there buying because they just came out with a phone. It looks totally different from the iPhone too. It's like totally different, but they're loving it over there.
Yeah.
I don't see it. I'm gonna have to type it in.
Damn. Well, we can all just.
Oh, here it is.
I think we
think
can
this
all
is it.
agree. Now, this it look like an Apple phone, but it may be the clip about that though.
No,
I
let's talk
think we
about the iPhone. Go ahead.
I think we can all agree that we should all give a round of applause for our government fucking us over, bro. You give these. I better not say that. We're live. I'll be quiet. I was finna get on my Dave Chappelle rant.
Okay, here it is right here.
These poor whites.
Here it is right here. It's Ben Norton posted this. He says the U.S. is truly a megalomaniacal authoritarian regime that thinks the entire world is its property. It says U.S. officials are complaining that China violated illegal unilateral U.S. sanctions because Chinese state company SMIC gave chip tech to Chinese company Huawei. So it's a Chinese state company giving the chip technology to another Chinese company, and the United States is mad. So then they came out with this phone. This is the phone right here. Oh, what the hell? They're talking about the chip makers. Okay, yeah, let's go to this. It's an article. Let's go to this article right quick. This will clear things up, hopefully. So this is Yahoo Finance. The name of the article is China's top chip maker appears to have violated sanctions, U.S. Congressman says. So Kagan Koch, Sarah Jacob, and Debbie Wu, September 7th, 2023. Let's read some. It says Bloomberg, China's top chip maker, Semiconductor Manufacturing International Corp, warrants investigation as the company appears to have violated U.S. sanctions by supplying components to Huawei Technologies company, U.S. lawmakers said. It sure looks like it did violate sanctions, Representative Michael McCall said Wednesday at a briefing at the U.S. Embassy in The Hague. SMIC continues to try to get our intellectual property. Huawei uses an advanced 7 nanometer processor built by SMIC to power its latest smartphone. A teardown commissioned by Bloomberg News showed indicated that China is making headway in its push to produce cutting-edge semiconductors despite U.S. sanctions. SMIC shares slid as much as 7.4% in Hong Kong, its biggest fail in more than 3 months. Its Shanghai stock dived as much as 8.6%. Existing rules require any company that intends to supply Huawei with U.S. technology, which is present throughout SMIC operations, to get approval from Washington. It's unclear whether SMIC has a U.S. license to supply Huawei. McCall, Republican chairman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, has been vocal in protesting what it considers insufficient enforcement of the entity list, which is enforced by the Commerce Department's Bureau of Industry and Security and specifies license requirements imposed on restrict exports. Neither McCall nor his committee have much direct sway over sanctions. It says Representative Mike Gallagher, chairman of the House Select Committee on Competition with China, picked up on the theme, suggesting the U.S. should end all its exports to both Huawei and SMIC, even those involving older technology that are currently allowed under the law. The time has come to end all U.S. technology exports to both Huawei and SMIC to make clear any firm that flouts U.S. law and undermines our national security will be cut off from our technology, Gallagher said in a statement. Do we have a video? No. Although Congress can call officials from BIS to Capitol Hill to explain export control policy, officials across administrations have shared information on potential new controls only sparingly, citing national security concerns. Still, Texas lawmaker McCall has cited the $23 billion in licenses the BIS has granted for U.S. firms to sell technology to Chinese companies in the first quarter of last year as evidence it's too lenient. In the past, some Republicans have proposed moving responsibility for export controls from the Commerce Department to the Pentagon, which they argued will be more aggressive. So it says SMIC was added to the U.S. entity list in 2020 in the closing days of Trump administration, severely restricting its access to advanced technology. The BIS said SMIC inclusion on the list is due to national security concerns. U.S. delegation led by McCall is visiting the Netherlands for bilateral meetings this week with Dutch government officials, members of parliament, and other stakeholders. McCall added he would warn investors, including ASML Holdings NV, Europe's most valuable tech company, about investing in China. Under Chinese President Xi Jinping, it's never a winning proposal, he said. The delegation will meet with ASML on Thursday. It sounds like a bunch of bullying to me. Like, they're jumping and dodging around this whole thing. Like, they're not really saying what they want to say. Like, what did it say? One of these comments, it said, the time has come to end all U.S. technology exports to both Huawei and SMIC. Make clear any firm that flouts U.S. laws and undermines our national security will be cut off from our technology. So they're saying that it undermines national security for this company to use these related to these chips. Like, what are they saying? Do they have proprietary? Because if they had proprietary over the technology, then they could just sue them and they could stop them from doing it. I don't think that's the case. They're talking about it undermines national security. So that's the same thing they said about TikTok. Like, it's an attack. It's really just a tech war that's happening between U.S. and China. You know, I really want to know more about this damn phone.
Looks kind of like that phone that Elon Musk is supposed to be creating.
Yeah, that's the picture of it right there.
Is that the front or the back? That has to be the back.
It has to be the back. X-Mag. I think that's the name of it.
Oh, shit. They only show the back of the phone. That's because the front of the phone is really an iPhone, but China's causing the U.S. to freak out about this shit. Let's put a phone out there and create a store. And these fuckers will go crazy.
So, like, what's so cool about the phone? I wonder, is this an ad? Because I might get in trouble for playing it if it's an ad. They don't let me play ads. I don't know why. It seems like you would want people to play your ads. Let me see. It's got that music in there. It looks pretty cool. I mean,
can you mute out the music? Like,
yeah, I did. I did. It says Huawei's X-Mensch video shoot. The building is also full of high-level image style shorts. That's not telling me anything. But I mean, it doesn't look very much like the way it's working. It doesn't look very much different from the iPhone. Like, I mean, what is? They got like the home button down there without having the home button. Looks like. Maybe because it's going pretty fast. It looks like it's going pretty fast. Maybe it doesn't glitch. That's one thing about the damn iPhone. Fucking glitches like a mug.
What you mean glitches?
Man, you got an iPhone?
Yeah.
It don't never glitch on you?
No.
Come on, bro.
Never.
Get all the way the F out of here.
What iPhone do you have?
I have the what is it called? The fucking It's one
Don't
of the
tell me
later
that.
phones.
Don't tell me no fucking
We're,
iPhone SE or some shit. They're already on number 14, nigga.
I think it
So
is.
if you
Where do you
got
go to see?
anything,
Go
if
ahead.
you got anything less, like, yeah, I mean, my daughter has, well, she had an 11 and she broke it, but yeah, her 11 never glitched even in this 5G world that we're in. It was a LTE phone and it never glitched. She has a 12 and it never glitches. I have a 13 Pro Max and I have a regular iPhone 14. Never glitches.
You must be in a really special circumstance. Let me see this right here. Um, Let me take the music out. So what is so cool about this phone?
I'm just trying to. So you say glitching? Like, what are you talking? Like, if you're watching a video or something, it buffers a lot or something. Is that what you're trying to say? Because that's dependent on connectivity as far as like your cellular signal or Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah, I know that. I know that, bro. No, I'm not talking about internet. I'm not talking about internet issues.
Oh, okay.
I'm
Yeah,
talking
my
about
shit
it
never.
like not doing what it's supposed to do when you click on it.
Nah, my
That's
phone
what I
never
mean.
does that. My shit is like super fast. Like for real. Like not even trying to be funny. Like I've never had an issue with that. Now, back when they started dropping the 11, they dropped the iPhone 11 and the iPhone 12. I still had an iPhone 6 Plus. So like that was like a super old ass fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, that one there would give me issues from time to time, but it was like super fucking old. You know what I'm saying? But once I had upgraded, I think my first upgrade from the 6 was the 11. And then I gave the 11 to my daughter, and I ended up getting the 13 Pro Max. And then I have an iPhone 14 for my work phone. And neither one of them, I don't have none of those issues. Like that bitch never freezes up or nothing. When I had an Android, bro, you try to do two, three things at one time, that bitch was freezing. The new Androids are pretty badass. I ain't gonna lie. Like the new Samsungs and shit like that, they're pretty badass. They're super fast, but yeah.
Oh, so I guess it's about the camera. It looks like it's all about the camera. Let's play this.
Since the start of mobile photography, camera has always been the primary consideration when deciding which smartphone to buy. This time, the Huawei Mate 50 series have incorporated industry's most sophisticated imaging system, otherwise known as XMage. XMage is the new mobile imaging branding which focuses on style, innovation, and experience. With its more advanced optical system, mechanical structure, and imaging technology, as well as improved image processing capabilities and more accurate light intake controls, the XMage system has been behind the complete upgrade of the Huawei Mate 50 series imaging capabilities. The Mate 50 Pro comes with a 50 megapixel ultra aperture camera, a 13 megapixel ultra wide angle camera, and a 64 megapixel telephoto lens. As for the Mate 50, it is equally powerful, with the only difference being a 12 megapixel telephoto lens.
So, I mean, I don't know. Apple tried it with the four cameras or some shit it had on there. I don't know. So I mean, I guess it's about these cameras that's on there, but I guess they just have really cool ass. It says ultra wide angle camera. It says 10 channel multi spectrum sensor, ultra aperture aperture camera, laser sensor. It says telephoto camera, and it says 100 times zoom range. Oh, that's pretty cool. So if it can zoom that far and still keep the quality of the image, that's a pretty big deal. Because none of our phones do that. You have to have a like a professional camera to even do that. Because even like regular cameras can't do that.
Yeah.
So I guess it's like the phone is basically a damn camera, like a high tech camera, not like a regular camera. One of them professional ass cameras.
That are as well paired with a badass functioning smartphone.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess it's all about people taking pictures and posting them on freaking social media because that's what everybody is doing. Take a picture of their damn food or their drink or whatever, and that shit is so fucking important. I don't know how did we get here, bro? That shit is so crazy to me. Watching everybody taking pictures of their food and their drinks all the damn time, like.
Bro, some people aren't happy. Some people aren't happy unless they're outside and they're able to take pictures, and posting everywhere they went. Their whole, like, bro, if somebody was stalking you, they would fucking know everywhere you're at because people
I
post
know.
that shit. Like, I don't post shit. I
Yeah, me
honestly
neither.
don't.
Not now, me neither. And I
I
don't do it.
repost I repost shit that's like already like on my news feed or whatever, shit that I
Yeah,
think is
that's
funny.
same
I'll
thing I do.
repost it. But like as far as
Every,
like taking pictures and posting, like I don't do that shit.
every now and then I'll post take because if it's like a memory that I want to remember, I'll take a picture of it and post it on my Instagram. That way I don't have to worry about saving the picture. I'll always have it on the Instagram, and that's how I use it. So, that's the only time though. It has to be like a special occasion or something that I just want to remember, a memorable moment or
Yeah.
whatever. But it's like, and I was talking to a chick I was talking to, and I was like, you post everything, like, because we were talking about something, and I was like, she was like, how do you know that? And I was like, you post literally everything, everything you do.
Yeah.
Everybody knows everything.
Hell yeah. Heck yeah, bro. Like it's gotten so bad now, bro. Like I go on TikTok, like I can't even like watch regular TikTok videos for so many motherfuckers going like, bro, I was on TikTok. Um, we just got back from Florida. We were in Florida for like a week and a half,
That's nice.
and I was like scrolling through, like I had a free day, like no beach or nothing like that, just kind of chilling at the house that we rented out there, and so I was like scrolling on TikTok, bro. I couldn't even watch any fucking like regular TikTok videos for motherfuckers leaving their live. Like there's people that literally film themselves while they're sleeping. Their phone or camera or whatever is on live while they're sleeping. And it's females, dudes, like it's like what the fuck? Like somebody can get your fucking location where you at, you knocked out sleep, like they know what your house look like and I like hell no, bro.
It's
To me
so
that shit
crazy.
is, but I heard they get paid for that shit. I heard that when they're live, the more views and shit they get, people joining their shit, like they get, I guess
Who
they
the fuck
get.
is watching them sleeping? What? How
Man,
did we
it's,
get here, bro?
but bro,
How
it's
did we
some
get
weird,
here?
it's some weird motherfuckers, and it's some weird motherfuckers, bro. It's some weird ass people that won't meet you in person, but they'll FaceTime you all day, or they'll watch your lives all day. Like it's some weird fucking like. I
How
well,
did
I don't
how
want to
did we
call
get
them
here?
weird, man. That's kind of offensive, but like there's some people that they get down like that, bro. They rather stalk you. You be walking through the fucking store and shit. You be sitting there. You be like, bro, somebody's following me. You know how you get that feeling like somebody's watching you or following you? That's because your fucking ass posting everything. You got some fucking stalker that's like following you everywhere and shit. Then all of a sudden, when that motherfucker get ready to strike, they just start sending you pictures from an unknown number of you at this store, you eating grapes in the grocery store. Shit.
It seems like I remember a little while ago because I've been on Instagram for a long time, and they used to make fun of people who always take pictures of their food or every single drink that they have, every single drink, every single meal that they eat. They take a picture of it, and then the internet used to make fun of these people, but now it's like everybody does it, like
Because they start
literally everyone.
monetizing that shit. You you think about like Instagram and all, the more followers you get, the more views you get. Like, let's just say you every day you go to school, or every day you go to work, like you posting these different dishes. Like I'm here, I'm eating this here. Oh, this is so bomb. Like you start getting paid for that shit. And then like these different restaurants, if they start like your videos are getting liked of their restaurant and the foods that you're ordering at their restaurant, them motherfuckers will pay you to do actual food reviews of their shit and post it on your Instagram, especially if you got a shit ton of followers. Everything now is monetized. Like, bro, a lot of people And it's crazy to me because I sit back, I'm like, bro, I could probably fucking quit working if I did this shit. Like, bro, there's people that don't have real jobs. Like, that's their job, going around the different restaurants during the middle of the day around downtown Houston and all of these different places, finding new restaurants, bro, and like filming this shit and getting business to these restaurants. They're getting paid off of that shit. You make money off of doing that.
That's
Like,
cool, I would say, but I'm talking about the people who every damn drink, they take a picture. Every damn plate
every,
they
t-
eat,
every
they
time
take
they
a
get their
picture.
toenails done and shit. Like, it's
Yeah.
motherfuckers out here. Say, bro, it's people out here, believe it or not. My wife was talking to a chick. She has an OnlyFans. And she gave my wife this code to get like a free subscription to her shit. Bro, she has an OnlyFans and she just posts her feet. She puts her camera on her feet and she makes fucking bank. She's doing like fucking $200,000 or better a year off of motherfuckers just looking at her feet, bro.
It's crazy, man. Let's
So
let's cover this right here. It says just then, new hurricane model predicts the merger of all three massive cells, creating the largest storm the East Coast have ever seen. So this was posted September 8th. They're gonna let me play this.
Okay, I'm gonna make this video. Windy.com. You can track this yourself. Today is Wednesday the 6th. I'm going Wednesday. Now let's go to Thursday. I want y'all to pay attention to something in real time. I want you to keep an eye on that sucker down there. Evening, Thursday evening, Friday morning. I'm doing this off this tracker over here where my cursor is. See that? Friday. Watch. Saturday the 9th. Saturday midday, Saturday evening. Just watch, guys. Sunday the 10th, Sunday midday, Sunday evening, early Monday morning the 11th. What's popping up? Midday Monday, evening, early morning Thursday the 12th. Midday Thursday, Thursday evening, 13th on Wednesday. Y'all seeing this? 14th on Thursday. Are y'all seeing this? Thursday evening, early Friday morning, the 15th. Are y'all seeing this, right? Midday Friday on the 15th. Boom. And what does it have in its path?
Good
Now, where is
Lord.
that some bitch named Lee? Right here. Where is Lee? All of these have conjoined to give you the biggest storm the East Coast has ever seen. From Florida all the way up to New York.
Damn.
These storms have merged. So for those that come in here to give me negative comments, I just prove to you in real time. And I advise everybody to start checking this from here on out that watches this video. Please share this because this could save a lot of lives on the East Coast, from Florida all the way up to New York. Please, this sleight of hand. Much love. Peace.
Well, those are projections, so it may not actually happen that way. But at the same time, I was watching that, and they were talking about, is it Lee? That's it's a Category 5 right now, and it's gonna hit the colder waters, and it's supposed to drop down to a 3, and it's supposed to hit like Boston, New York area, whatever. I covered it yesterday. But who knows what's gonna happen? Like those are all projections always. So like this projection that he's showing could very well happen. I mean, who knows? I mean, no one knows for sure, but that's pretty damn scary. That's a big ass storm, anyways. Without what him saying and combining, it's already a huge storm, you know. And those places on northeast coast, they don't get storms like that very often, so they're not as prepared for storms like that like we are down here in the Gulf Coast because we get them all the time. You know, it's just who knows what the hell, man. The water has been really, really warm, and it's been really warm water off the coast, off the East Coast, where normally that water would be a lot cooler. So that warm water could just feed those storms and cause some big ass huge storm like that to hit. That would be crazy, you know.
Yeah, that'll be nuts, bro.
Let me see. I think it's Hurricane Lee. I think it's Lee. Let's see. It says it lost intensity. It's down to a 3. Do we have any videos? I meant to do this under YouTube. What the hell? I did it on the search. Hold on. Let me see. Okay, 3 hours ago, Lee, still a major hurricane. Let's look at this for a second. Wait. This other one says Hurricane Lee, Tropical Storm Margaret, 6 hours ago. Let's do this one. 1 second. 1 second. Pulling it up. Boom.
Peyton from 13 News Now with an update of the tropics. We're nearing the peak of hurricane season. Actually, it will be tomorrow. But one thing to note about that peak of hurricane season, as you can see, yes, we're going to see that downtrending in terms of tropical activity. But what you need to know is 60% of our activity does happen after the peak of hurricane season. So we still do have a decent amount of time to go. But let's talk about the tropics. We have 2 areas of interest. Actually, we have 2 named storms that we need to talk about. The first will be Tropical Storm Margot. Best news I can bring about Margot doesn't pose a threat to us here at home or even towards the Caribbean. What we do expect to see, Margot likely becoming our next hurricane, reach Category 1 strength by early next week, and then looks to continue just its track throughout the Central Atlantic, not posing any threat to land. But a different story here, we have Hurricane Lee. One thing I'd like to note about Lee's structure, you don't see a well-defined eye wall. Do you remember with that Dahlia, we saw a really well-defined storm. Now, with this system, since it's not too well-defined there, what we can take into account is there might be some disorganization or something working against it. What we've noticed really for this western portion, actually the southwestern portion of the storm, dealing with some wind shear, and that's going to actually help weaken the storm. But this wind shear is only going to stay in effect for so long. So what I mean by that has been downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane. That is still major hurricane status. But as that wind shear starts to dissipate, it looks to re-strengthen and reattain that Category 4 strength by Monday. Now, as it starts to curve northward, it'll start to weaken only slightly towards that Category 3 strength. Still, again, we're talking about a major hurricane here that's moving at a slower speed than normal, moving at 10 miles per hour across the North Caribbean. One thing I'd like to note in terms of the models, we're actually seeing a lot of agreement, and it'll be good news for us here in Hampton Roads. We're seeing the European model keeps the system offshore. There's only 2 little stragglers there, but a lot of agreement that the system is going to stay offshore and unfortunately impact Bermuda. Similar story with GFS Ensemble. Now, the GFS models didn't really have a lot of agreement earlier this morning. There are a few more systems that took it a little bit closer towards us, or at least towards the eastern coast of the United States. Now, with the 6 o'clock update, we're seeing a lot of these models keep that system offshore and again, keep it closer towards Bermuda. What I really like to show you though, is the difference in terms of intensity and as well as where that eye looks to be between the GFS and the European. I think the European does a better job in terms of the timeline because this is a slower moving major hurricane, again, only moving at 10 miles per hour. So I feel like the speed of the European, but I like the placement of the GFS, and you'll see what I mean by that. So as we get
this image right here kind of looks similar to what Buddy was showing in the video we just played, this image right here, but this is 2 different projections of the same one or whatever. So I mean, maybe his projections, maybe his model was off, and it was something like this where you had more than one of the same in that projection. But who's to say? Like I say, these people, all of this is projections. They don't really know what's going to happen. And then you have that disturbance that's off, off further into the ocean, further away from land over here. And what that guy was saying was these two were going to affect each other and kind of merge into next week. So who's to say, that maybe he's on to something. I think this is something that we want to kind of keep an eye out on, especially if you're on the East Coast, and especially if you're in Boston, New York, like Washington area, North Carolina. Those areas needs to pay attention. I saw a clip earlier where it was did I share it? I don't know if I shared it, but it was they were getting heavy rains at the stadium, the Yankee Stadium, I want to say, and they had water in there coming into the stadium.
Yeah, it did rain on the east.
Like they had a serious rainstorm over there, enough to bring the water into the stadium. Now I'm not talking about where they play, of course. I'm talking about in like the concessions areas and shit.
Yeah, it did rain. It rained today when we were leaving Florida, but it was behind us. We were headed west, so it was like east, going towards like 75, 95 area, down in that area. I got some friends down that way, and they ran into some rain, headed back home today from the little beach house we had. And some friends up in Tennessee, they got hit with a pretty major downpour as they were driving, headed in as well. I didn't hit any rain today, but
let's go back to Twitter and try to do some quick stories because I feel like we moving slow right now. Now let's check this out. It says, Trump, I said to Kim Jong-un, you have the most beautiful shoreline. Think of it, you between China, Russia, and South Korea. Look at the beautiful shore. You could have the most beautiful condos. Let's play this clip.
I went over there. You remember that? It was a very historic moment. I went over there.
It was. I agree with that. It was a historic moment.
And I said to Kim Jong-un, being a real sick guy, I said, you have the most beautiful shoreline. Think of it. You're between China, Russia, and South Korea. Look at the beautiful shore. You could have the most beautiful condos that you've ever seen and become rich as hell. You don't have to live like you're living. But
I have to mention that they had the legal on the side of the screen. It has the Rudy Giuliani's legal defense fund and a phone number, and online where you could donate to his defense fund if you're interested in that. I don't know. I had to point that out.
Think of it. You're between China, Russia, and South Korea. Look at the beautiful shore. You could have the most beautiful condos that you've ever seen and become rich as hell. You don't have to live like you're living. But he's a tough guy. He's a smart guy, and he just loves collecting nuclear weapons. That's what he does. He collects nuclear weapons, and we got along incredibly well once we met and once we started the whole thing. And we saved the Olympics in South Korea because nobody was going. Nobody wanted to be blown out of the stadium. And we came along. They actually participated in the Olympics. We had a great relationship, and it would have been great if we would have had a deal done long ago if the election weren't rigged. Dealt. I went over there.
He said, you don't have to live how you're living. Trump is an entertainer, man. And it's like the way his speech patterns aren't by accident. Like he's like, basically he knows what he's doing. And that visit to North Korea was a big deal. I ain't gonna lie. And I think that, the United States should be, diplomacy, chopping it up with people a lot more than it actually does. And they were talking about Trump and like it was a bad thing that he went over there. And it's like, no matter what you think about North Korea or Kim Jong-un, our politicians or our leaders or whatever chopping it up with him is a good thing. This dude has capabilities. He has nuclear capabilities. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a good idea for us to try to have a good relationship with the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, how could anybody say that that's a bad thing for you to go over there and chop it up with him? I don't know. It's how our politics is. It's so left, right, and insane. Let me read some tweet replies. It says, is Donald Trump going to flee to North Korea and start a Trump Tower there? Flee to North Korea and start a Trump Tower. I don't know. I guess as ridiculous as everything that's happening, this is ridiculous enough to actually freaking happen, I would say. Shit, I don't know. Like, totally chaos. It says, please be real, please be real, please be real. Another comment says, this is what happens when you let Eric be in charge of the Save Ruby graphic. It looks like a static ad for a mid-tier local realtor running before a preview at an AMC in 1988. That's what I was saying. It was all weird looking. It was cringy. Man. It says, this one, it says, everything is an infomercial with this crew. Another comment, it says, oh my God, make him stop already. His love for these murderers, so disgusting, un-American. There goes another one of those comments like, oh, because he goes over there and chops it up with Kim Jong-un. That means he loves him. Look at this one. It says, what's with the in memoriam over here? Again, they're making fun of that graphic. It does kind of, it looks like a damn what do you call it when it's a funeral and you have the book with the picture?
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Sunrise, sunset. That's what it looks like.
Yeah. The program. I forget what they call it.
Yeah, the program.
Obituary.
Well, not the obituary, the program, the one you get when you're at when you're at the funeral. Yeah, man, they totally could have done a better job with this. Like, they really could have did a better job with this. It's funny. Let's see this clip. It says, listen to him drooling over Kim Jong-un. He wants to be just like him. Let's play this.
Are we close to seeing Mr. Kim here at the White House?
Could happen. I mean,
they talked about that yesterday.
I think it's something that could happen. Yeah. Hey, he's the head of a country, and I mean, he is the strong head. Don't let anyone think anything different. Right. He speaks, and his people sit up at attention. I want my people to do the same.
Well, are we close?
Yeah. So he says he speaks, and people sit up in attention. Yeah, because he might freaking do something to them. They might get disappeared if they seem bored.
Probably so.
Yeah. So, anyways, let me go into this. The name of the show today is Natural Order is Chaos. So, what I mean by that is like chaos is the creation. You know, creation is chaos. It's like order only comes out of chaos. Chaos doesn't come out of order. So it's like if you think about the universe as a whole, and you think about what's going on in the universe, and you really think about it, that's chaos. It's just a lot of stuff happening at once. You know what I mean? No real order, you know, but you have little pockets of order that are within the chaos. So that's what I mean by it. So chaos is the creation. Everything is chaos, you know? So you move from chaos to order. You don't really move from order to chaos. You know what I'm saying? So the baseline is chaos. Okay? So it's like we can do like a microcosm or you know, a comparison to politics and think about it as like right now our politics is pretty damn chaotic. Like it's the most chaotic it's been since I've been following politics. Pretty damn crazy. But you could think of a silver lining out of it as far as creation coming out of chaos. So some kind of order being born out of the chaos. You get what I'm saying? So with all the things with the Trump indictments and the possible Biden impeachments, we talked about Ken Paxton, the Attorney General of Texas, yesterday. He's going through like an impeachment trial. We could talk about the buoys that Abbott put up in the Rio Grande, and then you've got judges pushing against that. We can talk about Florida with the 8-4 ruling for you to get the death penalty, no longer having to have a unanimous decision or not even a 10-2. 8-4 is good enough for you to get chosen to die, and it doesn't have to be a murder. It doesn't have to be like a violent, necessarily a violent crime. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the pushback related to Roe versus Wade and how it seems like there's this push for abortion to become illegal across the United States. You got some states where even in cases of rape and incest, they can't get an abortion. Even in cases when the abortion can kill them, they can't get an abortion. I saw a story the other day where it was a 10-year-old girl. She got pregnant and the doctor did an abortion, and the doctor is in trouble. I can't remember what state it is right now, but the doctor was on trial in court crying, the one who did the operation. The girl was she was sexually assaulted, I want to say by a family member, and she got pregnant, and so she went out of state to go get this done, and the doctor that did the thing is in trouble. So what I'm saying is, like, the pushback on all of this stuff and the what looks like a retrograde or like a reverse going on, like a devolution that's happening related to our politics and our policies and our laws and so forth and so on. But what I'm saying is, we can look at this like, the dark before the dawn or whatever, like what they say, it's the darkest before the dawn. It's like, they say things get worse before they get better. It's kind of like how the pendulum, right? The pendulum swings in both directions. It swings all the way far in one direction as far as it can go, and then it has no choice but to swing back in the other direction. You know what I mean? It's like how, like, you have these movies, these like apocalypse movies, like end of the world movies, where things just went to crap, but then out of the ashes, like, a new world is born, one that's better. You know what I'm saying? More egalitarian. What do you think about that?
Yeah. I mean, I guess out of the chaos, you look for the silver lining, where things will get better. I think that's what brings about the change, is the chaos.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm saying here.
Yeah, my bad, bro. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I wasn't saying nothing. It's like, that's what I was saying. That's where I got the title from. Natural order is chaos. So the natural order of things is chaos. Order is actually not the natural position of things. Chaos is the natural position of things.
Yeah.
Order takes like energy. It takes like organization. It takes like effort, but chaos doesn't. It just is like the wind.
Yeah.
Let's do this one. Ben Norton posted this. It says, while cynically claiming to be anti-establishment, millionaire CIA applicant Tucker Carlson has always dutifully supported U.S. imperialism in Latin America. He went to Nicaragua in the 1980s to help the CIA contra death squads. Now he promotes fascists like Bolsonaro and Milei. So this one, it says he campaigned for Bolsonaro too, the first Brazilian president to ever visit CIA headquarters. So these are comments under this post right here, because Tucker Carlson posted this. It says Javier Milei in Buenos Aires, enemy of the Washington Post and probably the next president of Argentina. I don't know much about this guy, but in the picture he looks kind of crazy. But maybe they was intending on making like a crazy looking picture. They're both making some kind of weird facial expressions in there. Let's see some tweet replies on this. It says Tucker Carlson loves the Colonel Monroe Doctrine and speaks of Latin America as if it was Washington's imperial property. It says, while meddling in Brazil, making propaganda for fascist Bolsonaro, Tucker Carlson complained under Biden the Monroe Doctrine is no longer in force, praising the 200-year-old colonial policy. He also spread new Cold War propaganda fear-mongering about China. Let's see, is this a clip of that?
In 1820, control nations in the Western Hemisphere. That would be a direct threat to the interests of the United States. And for 200 years, we haven't allowed it. Under the Biden administration, the Monroe Doctrine is no longer enforced. Constrained by its ideological concerns, consumed with petty political grievances, and above all, distracted by a faraway war in Eastern Europe, the Biden administration has abdicated its responsibility. And into the void left by the United States moves a new superpower. We've come to Brazil to see for ourselves the rise of China and how the government of China is replacing the United States as the dominant power in our hemisphere. American foreign policy for the last 200 years. Called the Monroe Doctrine, it has a very simple thesis. Great powers would not...
It's a really pretty thing he put together here. I ain't gonna lie. It looks like a National Geographic production or something. Like Tucker Carlson got a team behind him, man. If this is new. I'm not sure, but I haven't seen this before. But what this makes me think about is China. You know, and earlier we've already been talking about China a lot in the show today, and it's like, you know, this fear of China, you know. And I think it's gearing the American people up to like a full-scale war with China, you know, trying to get us to the point where we can, you know, condone a full-scale war with China. You know, if you keep on talking about China and saying that they're so bad, they're stealing technology, they're sending TikTok over here and security breaches, they're doing spy balloons and all of this. You keep on saying stuff like that, and then after a while, the American people will be like, well, look, I guess we need to go to war with China. What do you think?
Yeah, but we don't need to go to war with China.
That's an understatement.
Hell nah, fuck that. We don't know what that shit looks like, bro.
And we don't want to find out.
Nah. And I believe in America as far as that shit, but nah, going against China, bro, I don't know. I don't see that being
a good move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Neither do I. Just the number of people that they have. And then somebody was making the comments. Was that you? You was making the comment that somebody was making the comment that they don't even care about their people. Like half the people die in the war, and they're just gonna keep on rolling. Like,
hell yeah, they got too many people over there, so they ain't tripping. They're not tripping.
I don't think that, you know, what I was saying was I don't think that it benefits the United States or China to have like a full-scale war against each other, because, you know, even with all of this shit that we're talking, we're still major trading partners. You know, like a huge segment of the economy for the United States, you know, is directly connected to China, and a huge segment of China's economy is directly connected to the United States. So both sides don't really want it. They want to continue to make money, and have their goods, their consumer products. They don't want it, But I think that you have private entities that do kind of want it because they're going to benefit from it. So that's what it's all about. It's these different parties that are looking out for their own self-interest. You know what I mean? And then we talk about the government running the show or whatever. And I'm always saying that it's not the government running the show. It's these private corporations that run the show. So if these private corporations decide that it's in their best interest that the United States goes to war with China, then maybe it could happen. You get what I'm saying? Because they'll feel like they're going to make money out of it. They're going to come out on top or something.
Yeah.
And that's what's scary. So it wouldn't be the people who would agree with this. It would be the corporations pushing it in that direction, because it's like what I always say is the corporations have more power over your life. Like your job, wherever you work at, has more power over your life than the government. The government has a certain amount of power, but not like who employs you. That's how you pay your bills. That's how you live. They dictate what time you get up in the morning. They dictate, what time you get home, how much time you spend with your family, if you can go on vacation or not, how much money you have. Like, that's how you live your life. The government can change over from one side to the other and back again, and your life don't change that much. But if your the person that you works with, things change there, it has a dramatic impact on your life.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying? So what if the company that you work for just went out of business tomorrow? And let's say you've been with them for like 20 years or some shit like that. How much impact to have on your life? Let's say you have your retirement tied up in there. You have a 401k tied up in there. You have like your health care tied up in there, and you lose all of that shit as a result.
Yeah.
Like what happened with the people with Enron.
Shit, yeah, Yellow Freight that just went under. That trucking company that's been around forever, Yellow Freight. The people there, they lost their pensions, their retirement, every fucking thing.
That's scary stuff, man. And companies go out of business. It happens.
Yeah.
Let me read this. It says neocolonialist Tucker Carlson complains that China is building infrastructure in the Caribbean, in countries that he proudly refers to as U.S. colonies, and implicitly invoking the 200-year-old Monroe Doctrine. He says the region should all be controlled by the U.S. empire. So that was Ben Norton. Let me read another one. It says, something that the pro-China people must be cognizant of is that a lot of Russians are also strongly supportive of European colonialism. It's no secret that a lot of right-wing Russians love Tucker Carlson. Interesting. Yeah, I'm sure Tucker Carlson has a lot of popularity outside of the United States. All those views he gets on his stuff can't all come from the United States. Let me read a couple more comments underneath this. It says, he's a libertarian, which is the opposite of fascist, I guess. Another one, it says, not sure if you've been paying attention lately, but a lot of libertarians are openly fascist, and a lot of them are openly neocon simps who think everything is China's fault and love neocon Ron DeSantis libertarianism is a joke. Another comment, it says, cynically in this tweet is the same as baseless or unprovoked. I'm not a fan. Another comment, it says, the issue lies in the fact that certain Americans don't seem to care about the political affiliations or economic interests of foreign candidates. As long as they hear words like establishment, patriot, family, or God, they're fully on board. I have to admit, some of this misleading rhetoric has become more prevalent in LATAM in recent times, and for obvious reasons. It's all a charade, purely for gaining votes. People, it's time to wake up. They create problems and then claim to be the only ones with the solutions, all driven by money.
Yep.
Another comment says, Malay is the opposite of a fascist, LOL. So a lot of these comments aren't agreeing with Ben Norton was the one who posted this. I guess he's trying to make Tucker Carlson look bad or whatever
Yeah.
because of the tweet that Tucker Carlson tweeted. But a lot of these comments aren't on board with that. Let's see this.
So I often read you described as a populist. It's Tucker Carlson populist. Are you a populist?
No, I've never been a populist. I'm an elitist in the sense that I believe that all societies are hierarchical. You know, dogs are hierarchical. My dogs are. All dogs are. All animals are hierarchical. There's always someone in charge. So I don't believe in pure egalitarianism at all. I never made that case. What I think is that populism is a warning sign that your system's about to collapse. Populism is the last stop before dictatorship, you know, always. And so the second you get a populist movement brewing, you need to stop and ask yourself, what gave rise to this? What did I do wrong that allowed space for this? But no, my argument is not against elites. My argument is against the shitty elites we have, who have no idea what they're doing and won't admit it, who are small-minded and who are very different from previous generations of elites in the following way. They feel no responsibility to those below them.
He said the elites are different nowadays. Maybe he's right about that. Said that they feel no responsibility to the people below them. Well, did the elites in the past, did they care anything about the people below them? I wonder.
I think way back then, way back when, maybe
Mm.
they cared a little more. I think these nowadays, they're all about, you know, power. You know, all of the power that they have.
The power is so strong, it's so centralized. It's like they feel like there's nothing that can push against them. They got the system set up so well in their favor. Like basically they probably feel like they can do whatever they want to, and there's no check on their power.
Yeah.
And you know, and there might be some truth to that, because in the past you knew who the powerful people were. Now it's kind of like they hide behind shell companies, and they, you know, I was talking about in another show, like the really, a lot of the really powerful people, you don't know their names. They're not in the media. They don't want to be famous, you know?
Yeah.
You don't see them doing interviews. You don't see pictures of them. They're not on the cover of magazines, you know? They're not on the cover of newspaper articles. You don't really know who these people are. And then, like I say, they hide behind shell companies. For you to even figure out who they are, you have to go through a whole rabbit hole of who owns this company and who owns this one and who owns that one and who's the parent company and all of this. And a lot of people just don't have the patience or even the skills to do that.
Nope, most people don't.
Let me read a comment. It says, I guess Tucker likes migrants fleeing the U.S. due to fascist regimes in their homelands. That's an interesting comment right there. So I'm sure he doesn't. He's always talking about immigration and migrants and invasion of immigrants and all of this. But what this comment is trying to say is that, you know, these governments having fascist regimes that are, you know, exploiting their people, and then the people end up running away, and a lot of them end up here in the United States as a result. So it's like saying what I was saying earlier. I think that they don't know what they do in a lot of ways. Like, it's like we cause a lot of the situations that we complain about. You know, we have a problem with the immigration. We have a problem with the people coming here. But at the same time, we create issues in these people's homeland countries. We keep meddling in their affairs, you know, doing coups and, you know, putting in puppet governments and, you know, stuff like that. Just steadily meddling with these people's stuff. And that's the whole thing that really bothers me a lot. You know, I care about the United States. I feel like they should be looking out for the United States first. Take care of the people here. You know what I mean? Let them people deal with their situations that they have. Why do we have to be the world's police? Why do we have to be the ones who spread democracy or whatever the hell you want to call it? Why can't we just take care of our people here? You know what I mean? Like what they say, sweep around your own back door, you know? And even with your neighbor, like what if your neighbor was going in your house telling you how to manage your house? Even if you were doing things that was messed up, you know? Well, how do you think that will work out for you?
Yeah.
You know, and a lot of people, like I say, they're not going to agree with that. So why do we agree with it on the world stage? Us going around in other people's houses and telling them how to run their house. Meanwhile, we're suffering here in the United States. We need this, we need that, we need this, we need that. We're sending all this money to Ukraine. What about the people here?
Yep. What about the people in Maui?
That's the United States.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They gave, I think, what they're issuing them a one-time payment.
$700.
$700 or some shit. Like, that's
Yeah.
bull crap when we just sent all of that money to Ukraine.
Yeah. I don't know what $700 going to do.
Shit,
You
not
know.
nothing in Hawaii, bro. $700 don't go very far here. Damn sure not gonna go far in Hawaii.
After you just lost your house, your car, everything.
Yeah,
all
and
you,
then all of the elites that own property that live over there, like I understand that, you know, they say, well, why should they have to give up there? I get it, but it's like, come on, man. In a situation like that, that would be the right thing to do. You know, it's help these people rebuild. You know, like
we talked about that for a while last night because the internet is all have this backlash on Oprah and The Rock because they were doing this fundraising thing, and a lot of people were saying that they said that they put like $10 million or $5 million a piece to start the fund off, and then they're asking for people to give more donations. And the conclusion I came to with, as long as the money ends up to the people of Maui, then it great. You know, I don't think that people should be chastising these folks about how they fundraise or how much money they gave or whatever. The part that is shady is the land grabs that's happening as a result of the fires. You know, that's really shitty. And they said that Oprah just bought a whole bunch of property out there. She already had property out there, but you know, after the fires, people are selling their property at pennies on the dollar because they're in need and they're in a bad position.
Yeah.
So then somebody who has enough capital to come in there and take care of this unfortunate circumstance and take advantage of it. And then, you know, over here in the United States, a lot of us wouldn't blame someone to take advantage of a situation. It's like, okay, well, it's a great opportunity. I have the money. I can go up over here and buy like a whole bunch of land that's going to end up being worth a lot of money once they come back and develop that stuff again. You know, that's capitalism. That's how it works, right? So, but still, that's shady.
Yeah. Yeah.
Let me read some more comments underneath this. It says, this guy looks like Alex from Clockwork Orange, won an all-time Coke binge during all his time on Eden. Hold on, I'm sorry, y'all. Chopped it up. The guy looks like Alex from Clockwork Orange, won an all-time Coke binge during all his time on Eden. You know, and when I was looking at the picture, I was like, the guy looks like something. Where is it at? The original tweet. Okay, here it is right here. This is what they're talking about. And he does look like that guy from the movie Clockwork Orange. I think they were trying to look crazy in this photo. So
that shit crazy.
Yeah, man, it's a lot going on. Let's move on. 31 seconds.
Patent docket.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Doc comes in pretty late sometimes, and Pat has been driving he's been driving at these same times that we do the show.
Oh, okay, okay.
Let me do this one. It says Cornel West nails this answer on why he would dismantle U.S. imperialism, stop funding the wars, and start investing those trillions of war dollars into American communities.
But when you say, okay, let's dismantle the NATO alliance, does that help Putin? How does that help the U.S.?
Well, no. First thing it says is I want the United States to be a decent and dignified nation. I don't want the United States to be an empire that other nations have to defer to. So I'm cutting directly against the consensus in Washington. We don't need 800 military units. We don't need to have military expenditures that's more than the next 8 countries combined. We don't have to control the whole world. This is not Alexander the Great. I come out of legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and Rabbi Heschel. What does that mean? Greatness has to do with your service to the least of these.
But when you say, okay, let's dismantle the NATO alliance, does that help Putin? How does that help the U.S.?
Well, no. First thing it says is I want the United States to be a...
So Cornel West's campaign platform, Dismantling the Empire, it says cutting back on military spending, dissolving security alliances, including NATO, dismantling global network of military bases, severing the link between U.S. foreign policy and corporate profits. All of that sounds really, really great, but I don't see him being able to pull off any of that. I mean, I don't even think he really has a chance to be president, but even if he somehow was to become president, I don't think that he would be able to pull off any of this stuff, like any of it at all. I think that a lot of us don't realize the power of the military industrial complex, you know, the power of the lobbies on behalf of the military industrial complex, you know, how intricate these corporations are intertwined with the government, you know, how much people, it lines people's pockets, so many people, their livelihood depends on this stuff, you know. It says severing the link between U.S. foreign policy and corporate profits. That's freaking impossible. Dismantling global network of military bases. Everybody's been saying that for a long time, and they keep on building new ones. Why do we have to have bases like all over the world? It says dissolving security alliances, including NATO. Dissolving NATO? Like that's really going to happen? Anytime in our lifetime, like anytime in the foreseeable future, that's going to happen. I don't see it. Cutting back on military spending. That's about the only one that could possibly get done, you know. And I think that's where we need to start. First thing we need to look at is and make aware of it to the American people is how much money they have lost. It's like $2 trillion to date that they can't even account for. And then we just give them another $845 billion or something spending for the next year or whatever. And they can't account for like $2 trillion. Like, can we do an audit on them, you know, and figure out where the hell all this money is coming from and be like, if y'all can't tell us where the money is going, then we're going to stop giving y'all money, you know? Not saying just don't give them any money, but cut back on the military spending. You know, why do we have to spend so much? Do we really are? It's to keep Americans safe. What threat are we really are under threat? I mean, there has never been a war on American land, really, foreign war on American land. Like it hasn't happened, you know. And then they can argue that well, that's the reason why, because we have the deterrent of all the money that we spend on our military. Okay, you know, that, you know, putting the cart before the horse or whatever, like the ends justify the means, you know, like I don't see it. I don't see the justification for the amount that we spend, you know. If you can explain to the American people, you know, why you have to spend so much money to keep us safe. Why do we have to have bases in all of these places around the world? How do those bases around the world keep us safe here on the continental American continent in the United States? You know, how does flying planes in the South China Sea keep us safe here in the United States? You know, Help me understand. How does building bases in the Philippines help keep us safe here in the United States? Maybe I just don't understand. Can y'all hear me?
I don't think a lot of people understand that shit.
Well, they need to make it clear, you know. So, like I say, out of all of these, this is the only one. But that's the thing about politicians. They're always saying all of these big words and stuff, you know, and a lot of times knowing there's no way that this stuff can actually happen. It sounds really good to the people and it gets them to go vote, but then they get disappointed because the politicians don't never come through with their promises because they couldn't do it from the jump. Let me play this one more time.
But when you say, okay, let's dismantle the NATO alliance, does that help Putin? How does that help the U.S.?
Well, no. The first thing it says is I want the United States to be a decent and dignified nation. I don't want the United States to be an empire that other nations have to defer to. So I'm cutting directly against the consensus in Washington. We don't need 800 military units. We don't need to have military expenditures that's more than the next 8 countries combined. We don't have to control the whole world. This is not Alexander the Great. I come out of legacy of Martin Luther King Jr. and Rabbi Heschel. What does that mean? Greatness has to do with your service to the least of these.
But when you say, okay, let's dismantle.
I like that last line. Greatness comes from the service of the least of these. But we do the opposite here in the States. It's all about taking care of the rich, the wealthy, the 1%, you know, it's taking care of the people at the top. Like I say, we got socialism for the corporations, and we got rugged capitalism for the rest of us. Let me play the last part again.
Greatness has to do with your service to the least of these.
But when you
greatness has to do with the service to the least of these. You know, but we want to cut social programs. We want to cut welfare. Look, this is connected to this right here. It says 6.2 billion accounting error in Ukraine, 5.5 billion to rebuild Lahaina. 6.2 billion accounting error in Ukraine. So 6.2 billion like missing or lost. Where did it go? What happened? Let's play this.
Valuation for Ukraine. For combined, we discovered inconsistencies in equipment valuation for Ukraine for a combined total of $6.2 billion.
You know that money, right?
We discovered inconsistencies in equipment valuation for Ukraine for a combined total of $6.2 billion.
So where do you think the money went?
Shit, I ain't gonna even say it went into Ukraine's. What's it? Is it what do they call him over there? Is he the president, prime minister, whatever?
Zelensky.
Yeah, Zelensky. I'm not gonna even say it really went into his hands, bro. I think it went into an American contracting company hands.
Boom.
Lined their pockets. Quite naturally, it's probably BlackRock who's doing, or one of the entities that's of BlackRock.
Boom.
It probably went into their pockets, bro.
Yep. Some
Because
of the
the money is not going.
subsidiaries.
Yeah, the money is not going directly to Zelensky and his people over there. You know, that shit is being sent over, and they have an American company that's supposed to be, you know, handling the finances
That's
of the money
exactly
that
what I
we're
was gonna
sending
say.
over there.
Private contractors, most likely. My buddy, my dude, my guy. You know, I'm hooking him
That
up.
shit probably went to Biden's fucking company over there. The company his son, and his brother running over there.
And
Probably
that's how
went
it,
right to their fucking company.
and that's how it happens. And then you got weapons that get lost and end up on the black market, and they end up in Africa somewhere. It's crazy. And that's the American taxpayers' dime. That's paying for that. Like, everybody should be pissed about this.
Yep. They not. They not.
Well, if they was more aware, maybe they would be. But the media is so terrible. It's so slanted. You know.
Yeah, man, they don't.
Let's do a couple of these right here. It says, if Jeff Bezos can, am I sharing this?
Yeah.
It says, if Jeff Bezos can afford a 500 million mega yacht and 9 homes, he can afford a wealth tax. It's not radical to tax the rich. It's radical to allow this level of extreme wealth concentration to continue. So Robert Wright posted this. He said, his caption, he says, say it with me, billionaires can afford a wealth tax. Couple comments. It says, no billionaire should exist. It should be like the video games. If you're making 999, what is that? Million?
Let me see.
Yes, right under a billion. Anything over goes back to the community and infrastructure. Congrats on winning capitalism, but you don't need billionaires. You know, and I think about the Monopoly game. You know, it's in the game Monopoly. Once somebody owns the whole board, the game is over, right?
I think that's how it works. Yeah.
You can't play anymore. Everyone, you know, all their money gets taken because everywhere they land, they have to pay that one person who owns all the property. The game is over. You have to reset the game, pass out the money again, and get everybody to start back from the same spot again. And it's like we're playing a game of Monopoly, but it doesn't ever get to reset.
Nope. The money never trickles down. It never trickles down to the everyday working people, bro. And we're the ones that's penalized the hardest when it comes to taxes and everything else.
We pay for all of it. Another comment that says, Amazon really needs to pay to fix our roads. They use them the most. I think that's a good freaking thing to say. All those Amazon trucks, every other damn truck you see or van on the road is Amazon. Another comment says, especially when the reason they are so extremely rich is because they are ripping off their employees and not providing them with health care or paying them enough to raise their families. It's called stealing. You know, I saw a story about literal wage theft. Now, I'm not talking about the theoretical thing where they're not paying people what they're supposed to pay them or whatever. No, actually stealing their wages. And it's been happening rampantly. Like, you got companies that steal the tips from tipped employees. You've got company like stealing the overtime that they're supposed to be paying the people by adjusting their times and making it look like they didn't work those hours, basically stealing the hours after they worked them. You know what I mean? Stuff like this. Like, you know, we like to focus on the little guy stealing out of the store. You know, it's been a lot of posts showing people like basically looting these stores. And I'm not condoning that behavior. It's not cool. It's not right. Okay. It's not cool. It's not right. I don't condone that behavior. But the amount of money that these people take when they kind of like loot the store or whatever is like less than 1% to what the corporations steal from the people. Literally, like I said, I was reading an article about it, and because they've been cracking down on it a little bit or whatever, it's been coming out because it's paperwork that shows that these companies are stealing the wages of their employees. Like, how fucking shady do you have to be to, first off, not pay people what they're worth, not give them health care or, you know, options for 401ks or retirement, or don't give them vacation time and all of that. And then on top of that, actually steal their wages that they actually worked for and put it in your own pocket to pad your profits for that quarter, to please your freaking investors.
Yep.
That's over the top extreme. But the way the media twists everything, we're mad at the individuals who do this stuff. And we don't get mad at the corporations. And then the way the system is set up, we can't even hold the corporations accountable. What we do, we end up fining them or whatever. And then they end up, the amount of the fine was less than the amount that they made off of stealing shit from people. So they still win. So, you know, what I've been saying for the longest is when these corporations do shady things, if you want to say a corporation is a person, you know what I'm saying, and Citizens United, and they can give donations and so forth and so on, they're considered a person, then hold that person criminally accountable. Okay, so if you can't lock up a company, fine, lock up the CEO, the CFO, or whatever, people that were aware of the shady dealings. If they wasn't aware, then they were negligent, and they should have been aware because the stuff came across their desk. You know what I'm saying? Or they should have did some kind of investigations to realize what was happening in their company. So hold them criminally liable and take them to jail. You know, and that will be a deterrent from them doing this stuff if they can be afraid that they're going to actually go to jail. But the way things are now, they don't. It's like what I did a whole show about the pharmaceutical industry, and we were talking about the Sackler family and
oh yeah, the people that owned OxyContin, Purdue Pharma.
Purdue Pharma, and we was talking about that and how they have shielded themselves, and you know they're in litigation right now, and it's going to go to the Supreme Court or whatever. And so because they lost a lawsuit, and so that they don't want to pay it, you know, and so it's going to end up going to the Supreme Court. It's probably going to get kicked out to the point where they don't even have to pay the lawsuit. So, and they made it to the point where you can't go after the Sackler family at all. You know, they've shielded themselves from any liability related to deaths, overdose deaths, or any kind of deaths related to those drugs, especially OxyContin. You know, and it's crazy how much money they made. And, you know, they had one of their biggest years. I want to say they had their biggest year was that first year of COVID or the year after COVID, you know. And so then they did lose some cases and had to pay out some money, but it was still pennies related to the amount that they made for that year. So they don't care. It's all in their budget. It's like the cost of doing business. You know, the cost of doing business is people die and we have to pay some lawsuits every now and then, but we still come in with billions of dollars. And then we still get to do it again next year. The drug don't get taken off the market. Even if something like really extreme happens, then they'll just change the name of the drug, change the composition of it just a little bit, and put it right back out there.
Yep.
Shady, shady, shady.
Yep. That's what they do. And yeah, that OxyContin, it killed a lot of people, man.
And they knew it was addictive. So they, you know, it's like with the banks, the same thing with the banks. We bailed out the banks, and now we're going into another crisis that basically the banks did, like doing shady business, you know, not taking care of business. And now, you know, they're too big to fail. So what we're going to do, we're going to bail them out again, probably, you know, and they get to continue to do the same business. It's like they did what they did before didn't work, basically crashed the economy. And then you just let them do it. You bail them out and then you let them do it again. That's corruption at the highest level. And then the American people pay twice. We pay taxes. We're the ones who die. You know, we're the ones who lose our mortgage, lose our homes. Meanwhile, they just laughing and running out the back door with the bag. Everybody should be mad at this shit.
Yeah.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, I honestly think people should also be capped at purchasing or building 2 houses until everyone is in a house and on the path to ownership. Another comment, it says, it is shocking there is no wealth tax. This can't continue. Late stage capitalism out of control. Well, there is one tax that gets them, and that's the one, I think they call it the death tax or the inheritance tax, because they find ways to move their money around. They don't spend their money they get loans and they spend the money off the loans or whatever, because it's laws that once they pull the money out, then they have to pay these taxes. So, but then they don't have to do it, and all the way up until they die. So then what happens is they haven't been able to collect money on any taxes on this money this whole time. So when they do an inheritance, then that's when the IRS can finally tax them, because the money moves. You know what I'm saying? So, but what's happening is they're trying to get rid of that. It's a lot of pushback on that. I'm not saying it right. Death tax, inheritance tax. I'm not
Like a
saying it right.
trust. Basically, what a lot of major corporations, like let's say Bezos of Amazon, all of his money is probably tied up in different trusts. So basically, it's like he doesn't make any money
And he
at
never
all.
spends any.
Yeah,
Uh,
and his corporation makes all of the money, so, but all of the money goes into a trust, and so no money ever comes out of there or whatever like that. And so when basically what'll happen is he'll do that up until he's sick and old and decrepit, and it show he never makes any money, and he'll still get all of the benefits of somebody, where you get like Medicaid and Medicare and all of those type of things. But yeah, they tie their money up into like different trusts. They become their own financial institution, like they create their own bank through like the health insurance markets and things of that nature, where they can borrow against that, so they're paying themselves back that money
yeah.
type shit. Like, yeah, it's ways around it, bro.
So,
Like,
but
it's
the only one that they can't dodge is that one that happens once they die. And then the people who inherit the money, that's when that money gets taxed. And it's usually like a huge ass tax too. Like it's a large amount. And so, but people
I wonder
who,
if it gets taxed. I wonder if they still get I wonder if if they transfer it from the trust, and that was in Jeff Bezos' name, to theirs, and they keep it in that trust, and they never withdraw money from that. I wonder if they have to, because if you have a trust that's worth 200 and some $billion, I mean, fuck, dude.
yeah, but see, the way the
Any
law,
institution to give you money, so
that's true. But the way the law is set up, it has moved once it changes ownership name. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happens when someone dies. The money becomes their children's money. So then at that point, it's like a withdrawal. You understand? And then
yeah,
at that point, that's when they can hit them with that tax.
yeah.
But
But they
they're
probably don't even tax them that fucking much, because they're like, okay, well, you're keeping the business going. Your father passed it on to you, so we're not gonna charge you that much. Just take that extra money and create more jobs. Get more worker bees. You know,
well, they're
because
pushing
I'm
against that too. They don't want to. They don't want to even pay that. And then what I was talking about in the other show yesterday, about how like all the different ways that we pay taxes, the small people, we can't use all those loopholes. And then like every time we pay for gas, every time we buy gas, we're paying the tax.
well, you can get around it. I mean, you have to be making a pretty decent amount of money, but you can create. Like right now, you got your show, your podcast. You can go and LLC this brand, this business, and then from there turn it into an S corp and set it up into an S corp. And then say you go buy a car, you're not buying the car for you, your personal name. You're buying it for King Chaka ENT. It's for the business, but you're buying that vehicle for the business, but you can have it set up through your S corp, where you could use it for your personal use. And basically everything that you do on that car, because it's under your business name and you're still able to use it for personal, you can actually write it off. So all of your mileage, that everything that you do driving that car for business purposes, that you can write that off. The gas, you can write off the taxes, the depreciation of the vehicle, all that shit, because it's in your business name. So there's some loopholes, but of course, like you say, you probably want to be up there around that six-figure income a year off of that, business, to be able to be within that S corp status. I don't know if you
I don't
have to
make.
be up there.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't make shit off this show. It costs me to do this. I've been missing comments. Elliot, he says capitalism is covered up communism. America is the great experiment. He says America is for sale. Mhm.
Yeah, it is. I mean,
Uh-huh.
majority of the shit in our country, bro, is not even American ran businesses, bro. Just think about that shit. Majority of your steel factories in America are owned by steel tycoons from other countries, like even our fucking toll road system, bro. I think that shit's owned by like some European country. Yeah, I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like it's just not even owned by us. The Easy Tag, the Sam Houston Toll Road and all that shit, that's just not owned by Texas. It's not owned by us. Yeah, I'm sure they get money off of it, but it's owned by some other entity that's not even from the United States.
Yeah, a foreign entity,
Yeah.
right? Probably China or one of them Arabic countries. Let me read some comments. It says Bezos or any billionaire were given hundreds of breaks others don't get, and they are not above being taxed. It's purely buying politicians to pass their laws in exchange for campaign contributions. Another comment says that man is selfish. Everyone riding Oprah to rebuild West Maui, but no one says a word to his billionaire ass, and he has a house there as well. How much money does one person truly need? You can't take it with you when you die, folks. How much is enough? And it's like we have built this society where it's like hoarding money is the thing to do. It's like, how much is enough? How much do you really need? I need to be able to have a boat that I can park inside my boat that lands my helicopter on. Like, how much is enough? And it's not, is it not sociopathic to hoard money like that?
Yeah, that's because of the power, bro. The power that they have with the money.
And I feel like at some point, once you reach a certain amount of money, and then like money doesn't even matter to you anymore, like you can't spend it. It's impossible for you to spend it all before you go. Like once you get to that point, it's like, why? I don't know. My brain can't comprehend that shit. So I can't imagine it. I struggle to pay my rent every month. So I can't even understand that way of thinking.
If I could have, I guess I don't know, bro. I guess it's about leaving legacies, right? I don't know.
I guess. But again, like, damn, man, your grandchildren's children's children is gonna be rich, and they can't even spend the money. Like, it's so much.
But look at how that's set up, though. They don't have to go through and deal with the bullshit that the average. I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but they.
But yeah, everybody wants to set up their children and their grandchildren to be not struggling. I can't knock that at all. But wow, man. Let me read a couple more. It says, ordinary people pay taxes every year on the full value of their homes, either directly or through rental costs. I love to see a shift from taxing people for the unrealized value of their homes to taxing the unrealized value of less essential assets held by the very rich. Couple more and I'm gonna move on. It says, yes, billionaires can afford a wealth tax. I vote for fairness and justice. Another one says, stop calling it a wealth tax. They should pay their fair share.
Yep, they should pay taxes on all their money. And instead of getting fucking bailouts, like shit, Bezos can afford it, but but because he's doing that aerospace shit, for NASA, he's got awarded a $10 billion deal from the government. Like, for what? This guy can afford to put his own money into that shit. He the one who want to go space exploring and shit. Like,
and that's what we be talking about too. We was talking about how the taxpayers tend to pay for research and development and stuff like that. A lot of taxpayer money.
Us at all.
Yeah, so they privatize the profits though. Once the taxpayers are the ones that flip the bill. So a lot of taxpayer money went into SpaceX. and in Bezos' company, and Elon Musk, and all of that, and but they get to get all the profit from it though, and the American people don't get no return on their investment. That don't seem crazy to y'all?
Yeah. Yeah, it sure does.
We ain't never gonna get to ride that spaceship into space. Ever.
Hell no, not unless you got 2.3 million. For Bezos, it's 2.3. I think it's 2.3 million for a space, or 1.3 million for a space ride.
The average person will never ever get to benefit from that shit in
His
any kind of way.
his employees at the company Blue Origin, majority of them won't ever experience riding that fucking space shuttle, going to space. You would, bro. Like, this is how I think. I feel like if you work at a Mercedes Benz or a BMW factory as a line worker, assembler, assembling the cars and shit like that, you should be able to afford, like, the company should be able to pay you enough for you to be able to drive a BMW or drive a Mercedes if you choose.
Right.
Like, you shouldn't be fucking, like, if you sit, like, I deliver to a lot of them factories, bro, and a lot of them people, they don't even hire me in full term. They're hired through temp agencies to begin with because it's cheaper for the company to do that. They'll hire on a certain amount of people, you know, to meet their quotas or whatever, or to fill their slots. But majority of the people that work there can't afford to fucking own a BMW or a Mercedes. Like, I feel like if you work at these places, you should at least be able to afford to drive one of these cars, own one, you know, at a discounted rate at that, you know.
Let me cover this one. It says it says Fox News. It says food stamps fraud at an all-time high. Is it time to end the program? So the reply to that, it says the all-time high is 0.09%. Seems worth starving the remaining 99.91% over. Yes. So and this gets me emotional all the time. It's like I covered last night a story about how the impact that food stamps has on people, like the positive impact that it has on people for them to be able to get food stamps. So, but then Fox News is posting this food stamp fraud at a all-time high. They don't even give you the numbers. They just say all-time high. Then it says, is it time to end the program? So there's fraud happening in the food stamps. So let's end the program. Like, that's what it's the push. It's and they always say this, you know, the cost, you know, right? We're spending too much money. We have to worry about the debt ceiling and all of this. We got to have money for other things like the military or whatever. And we're spending too much money on food stamps when they're just fucking it off and doing fraud and shit. You know, that's crazy to me. And it gets me all emotional and all in my feelings because, you know, we was just talking about taxes. If they just collected the taxes that's on the books, then they'd have a surplus. They'd have extra money to spend on all kinds of shit. You know what I'm saying? Every time you turn around, they're talking about cutting social programs, the ones that actually help people. They want American citizens to starve.
Yeah. Yeah, that shit's crazy.
I wish I had some food stamps. Let me read some.
I wish I did too, but they won't get that shit.
They won't give me none.
They want you to be below the fucking. That's the thing that I hate, bro, about that whole system. And that shit is fucked up and it's rigged because if you lose your job today and you go in there and you got paperwork, most reputable job, if you get fired, you're gonna get papers. And you go down there and file for food stamps and you show paperwork that you like, bro, 9 times out of 10, you're gonna catch hell just trying to even get that shit, at least here in Texas. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, like, hey man, I lost my job, you know, I need some emergency food stamps, you know, at least till I, at least give me a few $100s a month till I get back on my feet. You know, but they won't get that shit to you. You know, they want you to pretty much be below the fucking poverty line to get any of this shit, and it's like that's bullshit, you know. And I don't know if it's because so many people are abusing the system, because there is a lot of people out there that is actually abusing the system, that's taking it away from people that actually fucking needs it.
Shady. Let me read this. It says, what's the percentage of fraud involving PPP loans involving members of Congress? Good question. Another one that says, Fold News still out to criminalize the poverty-stricken population. How about dismantling this company and selling their assets to benefit all, which is the American people who suffered from their lies? Another comment, time to end Fold News. Another one that says, Fox News is not news, doesn't bother to give facts, just selling fear. Another one that says, vote them out, renaming pro-life to what makes them feel better about themselves. One representative said, pro-baby because he feels that's loving life. To confuse people to get their votes won't disguise the hate they spew for women. Vote Dem, vote women's rights, and blah, blah, blah. Another comment that says, conservatives don't believe in math or science or history, etc., etc. Another one that says, if you ever wondered how much money do they need, the answer is all. Another one, speaking of frauds, how about Fox News calling themselves a news station? Another one that says, if the cruelty isn't the point, I'm sure don't know what it is.
Yep.
Pretty damn cruel to want to completely end food stamps for whatever reason.
My thing is this here, bro. If they would have never done the bullshit that they did back in the day to destroy the nuclear family, took away our jobs, you know, forced these corporations to stay within America, you know, and stop lining and these government officials stop lining their pockets, you know, and had things be the way that, you know, and allow Americans, the actual ones who don't mind out here don't mind getting out here, and who is capable of doing it, because there are people that are born with disabilities, you know, they don't have the ability to be able to work, but be able, you know, to have jobs and things of this nature for people that actually want to get out here or can get out here and hustle to earn a good fucking wage to be able to provide. Like, this shit we wouldn't even need this shit, bro. We wouldn't even be needing to have this conversation about fucking food stamp fraud and them taking it away. And, you know, like, if things were done fairly across the board, you know, and people wasn't so fucking greedy, bro, like, we wouldn't even need to have these conversations.
I agree. We did this to ourselves. And I think it's by design. Check this out. It's got a graph here on this meme. It has 1984, Fahrenheit 451, Brave New World, and A Handmaid's Tale. And then it's got You Are Here. So basically saying that, you know, the world that we're living in now, the society that we're living in now, is like a combination of Fahrenheit 451, A Handmaid's Tale, Brave New World, and 1984. That's really interesting to me and kind of scary, you know. And I've been talking about Handmaid's Tale and us going down in that direction for a while now, because when we talk about women's rights and we talk about the abortion issue and so forth and so on, and then Fahrenheit 451 related to all of these book bans and, you know, closing libraries, turning libraries into detention centers and shit like that. And then 1984 is like the double speak that we hear from the politicians, where like the words don't mean what they mean or whatever, like they mean something else. It's a total mind fuck that they're doing, the dog whistling that they do. You know, that shit is crazy. You know, how the media is basically propaganda at this point. talking
crazy.
heads, opinions.
That's crazy.
Let's read some comments. The first comment, it says, "Come on, it's not that bad." And the reply to that one, it says, "Sure, that's what people said in Germany in the 1930s." Another one, it says, "Keep traveling on that denial train." A couple more comments. It says, "Rolling on the floor laughing. You left out the Hunger Games." Yeah, man. You could throw the Hunger Games in here too. I was so into the Hunger Games, that movie series. I was
Yeah.
into that shit. Katniss Everdeen. Yeah, man. Like freaking the Hunger Games. That's crazy because we was just talking about them talking about ending food stamps. And that's like the Hunger Games right there, literally. Like people starving. They'll be like, okay, we don't have food stamps. We ended food stamps. So, but if you want some food, then you have to play in this game show or something. It will be like Squid Game and shit. And if you win, then you get food to feed your family and shit. But you just might die doing it. And then the process is just to entertainment for people who have money.
That's bullshit, bro. That's fucked up, man.
You know, and in that show Squid Game, one thing that jumped out to me on that show was how like the higher ups, the ones that were behind the scenes that were watching the show, they treated people like objects. Literally, they had the people like in there. There was like a table, and another one was like a chair, you know. And it's like it's this idea where people aren't human, like they aren't alive, like they don't really have any value more than like a table or a chair. You know what I mean? Like they're just here for my use.
Yeah. Yeah. That's good. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I watched that whole thing, man. That was fucked up, bro. Like seeing that shit, and the whole time I was watching that shit, bro, I was just like, man, what if they actually had some shit like that for real
That shit is crazy.
going on around the world? And they probably do.
Yeah,
I
I
mean, you
wouldn't be
think
surprised.
about it. It
I
could
wouldn't.
just be us going to work every day, or these motherfuckers that's in the entertainment industry, because they dropping like flies too.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I really wouldn't be surprised. I mean, not to that extreme, but like in some other kind of way. You know, damn it, you made me forget what I was gonna say. Oh, it seemed like the game also kind of benefited shadiness because the shadiest ones are the ones that would end up winning the game. You know what I'm saying? It didn't benefit people who were good. You know what I'm saying? It would and it seems like our system is like that. And it's like we look at our politicians, we look at the people who run the show, and it's like the shadier you are, you know, the higher opportunity you have to aspire and to you know go to the top, you know, to climb the ladder. Stepping on other people and screwing over other people and lying to them and being deceitful, not having integrity, not having character, that will get you where you want to go. But if you do have character, you do have integrity, you do care about people, you don't want to step on folks, that's going to keep you at the bottom. It seemed like that was what they were trying to say. Let me read another comment. It says, "Not to minimize the current problems of the world, but no one is coming into our houses and burning books. Nothing is being censored that you can't just go buy or download somewhere else." Yeah, I mean that there is some truth to that, but at the same time, they're not literally burning the books, but they're banning the books, you know, and they're making the access not as easy. And if you make the book cost, that's another thing. Like those books that are really good, that have really great information, they cost a lot. They're really expensive. So you didn't burn the book, but if you make it a price where it's practically unaffordable for most people, it might as well be burned because most people weren't going to be able to spend the money to be able to purchase that book. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's what they do. A lot of really cool books out there, but they're rare. You can't find them. They're hidden and they cost a lot.
Yeah.
Let's read a couple more. It says, "Where is To Kill a Mockingbird?" Another comment, it says the intersection of all four. Bunch of little silly comments, just basically emojis and shit. Let's move on. All right, check this out. It says the treatment of an ectopic pregnancy is abortion. The treatment for a septic uterus is abortion. The treatment for a miscarriage that your body won't release is abortion. If you can't get those abortions, you die. So that's the thing. You know, a lot of the laws do have exceptions for this kind of stuff. I ain't gonna lie, but there are some laws that have like no exceptions. I think it's like, what is it? South Dakota. I want to say South Dakota. They have abortion law and there's no exceptions. 0 exceptions. So then that means that these people are either going to die or they're going to have to go to another state to get their health care for this kind of situations right here. And that's dystopian, man. That's crazy, and that's taking us backwards. It's like, regardless how you feel about abortion, I don't like abortion. I don't condone abortion. I don't really support abortion. But, you know, letting people die because of your like religious beliefs is something I don't support either. You have to find some compromise in there.
Yeah.
Let me read some comments.
Shit crazy.
It says, don't let Republicans tell you they're pro-life. That's a lie. If they were, we would have sensible gun control laws, help for homeless and hungry, a living wage. I could go on, but what's the point? Another comment, it says, apparently no one thinks women's lives in the Republican Party end. End of story. Another one, it says, death, yes, but don't forget the excruciating pain and suffering she would go through before she dies. Another comment, it says, my co-worker had an ectopic pregnancy. She almost died from excruciating pain. The doctors had to abort the baby. It would have been her 3rd child. Afterwards, she told me that since she survived this ordeal, that she is done with childbearing, that she is happy with the 2 that she had. We live in Oregon, so if that was in one of the MAGA loony states, I would have lost my friend because she would have been denied abortion. And what about her 2 young kids? Every single Republican makes me sick. Another comment, it says, abortion became legal in Ireland much later than any comparable country, largely because of women died of sepsis after being denied an abortion. Another comment, it says, how about a law that executes a political member that supports this abortion ban for each female that dies from this ban? Damn, that's pretty extreme. Another comment, it says, but why do you use you about facts concerning women while you want to call men who want to believe and want you believe they care? They won't die. They just name that fate. A couple more. It says, why would Republicans kill their own voters? Ooh, that's actually a good question. Another comment, it says, regardless, even if mom and fetus are healthy, it's her choice. Another one, it says, I've witnessed deaths from these pregnancy complications, and I've witnessed maternal deaths 5 times from full-term pregnancies. A couple more, and I'm going to move on. It says, according to the Christo-fascists, you have no right to life unless you're unborn. Another one, it says, the treatment for a politician that opposes abortion is a retroactive abortion. The treatment for a politician that opposes abortion is a retroactive abortion. What does that mean? Kill them? One more, it says, we need a different name for that procedure to totally separate it from the whole abortion rights conversation. All abortion should be totally up to the mother, but same thing, medically necessary should not even be considered the same category. That's probably not a bad idea. I mean, change the way the term is, and that would be a way around it. Let's do this one. It says, why is Pharma suing to stop President Biden from lowering prescription drug prices? Follow the money. Januvia Merrick's diabetes drug costs $547 in the US, but just $16 in France. Eliquis Bristol Myers Squibb's blood clot drug costs $561 in the U.S., but just $63 in Germany. So this is a thing right here. You know, you don't have to want to support Medicare for all. You know, you don't have to want to support like some kind of social healthcare system, but you be crazy to be okay with this. It says the diabetes drug costs $547 in the US and $16 in France. Why in France you can get the same drug for $16 and it costs you $547 here? And you know, this drug is a drug that saves people's life. So they don't have that $547. You're sentencing them to death. It's just like this other one. This blood clot drug saved people's lives. $561 in the US, $63 in Germany. That's crazy, man. You know, and they've been talking about this for a while where, you know, the government gets into the position where they can negotiate these prices of the drugs because they could buy them in bulk. You know what I'm saying? They and represent the American people and then sell the drugs to people at the lower price. You know what I'm saying? It's kind of like eliminating the middleman who's just gets all the profit as a result of selling these drugs at marked up prices. Like that guy, what was his name? Squibb, what was his name? Shkreli, the Shkreli guy, he's in jail. But that's what he did. He bought old drugs. He bought like an old HIV drug and then mark up the price and make his money that way. And so then that's the kind of stuff. And I think that the reason why they put him in jail is because he put a bad face on this and he made it like people could see it, you know, it brought it to the forefront of the news and stuff, made people aware of it. And that's what they don't like. They rather this stuff be quiet and just the individuals are like, damn, why is my bill so damn high? But then there's nothing they can really do about it. You know what I'm saying? So, but it's not crazy talk to get to the point where the government can negotiate these prices, you know, for these pharmaceuticals. You know, that's how they do it in other countries. But over here, we don't. It's like the Wild Wild West, and you have so many different companies and so much going on in this chaos. Within the chaos, the consumer is just getting screwed because they can just mark up the prices of these drugs to whatever they want. And the pharmaceutical industry, they probably next to the military industrial complex are the biggest lobbyists of Congress. You know what I'm saying? They are, when we talk about campaign donations and we talk about, you know, lobbying and influencing legislation and stuff like that, you know, having a lot of impact on who gets elected and who doesn't, supporting certain candidates and screwing over other ones. You know, that's if we take the big money out of politics, then they wouldn't have that play that they could use, because if you can't get radio ads, TV ads, you know what I mean, internet ads, if you can't get ads, you're not going to win your political race. You don't have a chance, you know, so you need the money. So then that's why and if you notice, if you've been following politics, it's been costing more and more. These people who are running for office, raising more and more money. It's obscene amount of money that these candidates have to raise to have a chance. And it's always the ones who raise the most who win. If you can't raise the money, you're not going to get it. So then that's where it comes in, where you got these people like the pharmaceutical industry can have an impact on who wins the election, because they can give money to the candidate they want to give to. So they give money to the candidate and then they chop it up with them and they're like, okay, once you get in there, just know, don't fuck with our shit. Because if you do, then we're going to primary you and we're going to give money to your opponent and we're going to make sure you're not in there.
Yeah. I think this shit's stupid, bro.
Let me read some comments. It says Big Pharma needs to crumble. Another one, it says the Republicans are owned by Big Pharma. Not just the Republicans, the Democrats too on this. I got to push back on that. No. Don't think like that, buddy. Both sides are bought by the pharmaceutical industry. They don't care who gets in there. It's going to be their guy regardless. Don't matter what party. Even if they're independent, libertarian, freaking Green Party, they don't give a damn. It's going to be their candidate that wins. Better believe it. You best to believe it. Let's see. It says pedo Republicans owned by pharma and military contractors and gun manufacturers. Both sides, y'all. And then the thing when they say pedo, this whole thing can go for both sides. Don't just attack the Republicans on that shit, because that's just absolutely not true. Another comment that says, but capitalism, but the free market, can't afford to live, can't afford to die. You know, this is the argument that people are going to make, and they continue to make. It's like the free market. If we don't have a damn free market, if we had a free market, then we wouldn't bail out the banks when they fucked up. That's not a free market. No kind of way. No kind of way. If it's a free market, you let the companies that go out of business go out of business. Nobody's too big to fail. The market will adjust and you know, it'll change on its own, you know, without any input. But when we go in and we save certain companies, we let other companies fail and we save other companies, that's not a free market. So stop lying to yourself. We don't have a free market. That's not what we have. It says, IDEK, how is it possible for anyone to sue the president? That's actually a good question, because it's saying, why is farmers suing to stop President Biden from lowering prescription drug prices? They're not suing the president per se. They're just suing to stop the action of, you know, getting to the point where they can negotiate the drug prices. And, you know, the big pharma's got so much money, they don't care. They get to pay for the best lawyers and so forth and so on. They're probably going to win this. Another comment, it says, Big Pharma price gouges America so it can give good deals to the entire rest of the world. Another comment, it says, instead, address the food industry's poisonous added sugars and chems into our food supply. With over 35 diabetics in the U.S., why are we propping up pharma but not overall American health? Medicare for all, eliminate added sugars in our foods. Now, this is a good comment, but they're leaving out, they don't understand that it's the Food and Drug Administration, okay? The Food and Drug Administration, like they're together, they're tied, they're in the bed together, they in some cases it's like the same as companies. And the people who work on the Food and Drug Administration, they end up working for a big pharma company or agriculture company, and vice versa. It's like the revolving door, like in the politicians, where the politicians go and work for, you know, after they leave the office, they go and work as a lobbyist. And then after that, they go and work for the company that they were lobbying for. It's the same thing with the Food and Drug Administration. We was covering that in the show. We showed evidence of these people working for the Food and Drug Administration and then going to work for the same company that they were trying to hold accountable, and back and forth and back. Corruption.
I think beyond the money aspect, I think the medications are cheaper in these other countries, because if you think about it, look at the names of most of those medicines. The companies that manufacture that shit, they're not American companies, so they don't give a fuck about us no way. At the end of the day, that's just my thought. So of course they'll make it cheaper for their people.
Well, companies are going to get away with whatever they think they can get away with. That's the issue. And no matter what country they're in, it's the same company operating in different countries, but the laws are different in different countries. so they can get away with certain things over here and not certain things over there. As simple as that. It's like if you let them rape you, they're going to continue to rape you, no matter what country you're in.
Yeah.
Let me read some more. It says, Big Pharma is killing Americans slowly, worse than abortions. They fill in the pockets of the United States Supreme Court justices and congressional legislatures. Trump should not be allowed anywhere near the White House. He's been above the law for far too long. The king of debt. Trump promised to reduce the national debt. Then his tax cuts made it surge. Congressional Trumpers must be put out of office. They are literally trying to destroy America. Crooked, Ivanka, and Kushner made $640 million in the White House. Kushner makes $2 billion selling U.S. I'm not going to read the rest of this. I don't know why, the topic is not Trump right now. Like, why does all roads lead to Trump? Like, can we talk about something and not end up talking about Trump? And Trump don't have anything to do with this. Yeah, so I'm gonna do this one right here. Ramaswamy. What do you think about Ramaswamy before I play this clip? It's the guy who's he's running for president on the Republican side. He's like a billionaire or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I don't think I've actually heard too much of him, honestly.
Yeah. Pat is a fan. I'm not gonna pick on Pat because he's not here, but Pat is a fan of this guy. He's getting more popular. He's number 2 behind Trump. It's a huge gap, though. I gotta make sure that I make that clear between him and Trump. Like the polling numbers, Trump is way up there, far away from this guy Ramaswamy. But he's the next one down. He's above DeSantis and the rest of them. So let's see this. It says, by the way, check out Vivek trying his best to explain away how he obtained $1 billion on the pump and dump circuit.
FDA approved therapies that are now FDA approved today.
After you sold
one
the
of them is a
companies.
life-saving
They weren't
therapy
FDA
in
approved
kids.
when you were CEO,
Another
were
one.
they?
They were FDA. Actually, over the time that I developed them, we took them all the way through phase 3, and then we
But
did
they
a $3
weren't
billion
FDA approved.
deal that
they
actually
were approved a year and a half later after you sold the company.
Yes, so Mehdi, I'm not going to fault you for not knowing the first thing about biotech because that's not your job. But getting through phase 3 is the final stage of clinical testing before you hand in the application. Yes, my company did a $3 billion deal that actually did make money for those shareholders. And so, yes, I have built Roivant's a publicly traded company, nearly $10 billion public company today that I built as the sole founder from scratch as one of several companies that I've built. So, yes, I have a business record that I'm proud of and will equip me to lead this country.
You mentioned stage 3 trials. The Alzheimer's drug failed it.
Yes.
You did a lot of touting of it. You say 99.7% failed. You never said that at the time. Do you have any regrets about how you hyped that drug?
I did say that.
CEO of Roivant said this week that you hyped the drug. Do you regret hyping it?
We did not hype the drug. To the contrary, actually, one of the things that I found
this week.
Well, I can't speak for what is or is. I haven't read any article that you're quoting, so I don't know.
Shares in Roivant, and you made $37 million.
And Mehdi,
$37 million.
Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience. Mehdi, I think you owe it to your audience to be accurate. That is shares in a different company, not Axovant, and those shares that I sold are worth. And those shares are worth dramatically more today. So I would have made more money had I held on to those shares. So don't believe what the opposition research purveys through the media.
It's not opposition research. We looked at your tax returns, which you very kindly have released.
Yeah, exactly.
And you made
voluntarily released because I want to be transparent.
You made $300,000 in 2014 on capital gains. In 2015, after the IPO of this Axovant, you made $37 million in capital gains. Yet others didn't make that kind of money.
After Mehdi, give me a break. After Roivant, the multi-billion-dollar business that developed 40+ medicines, yes, I sold shares in that. And that business, if I may actually allow you to know how I made my money, developed 5 FDA-approved therapies that are now FDA-approved today.
After you sold
one of them is a life-saving therapy in kids.
When you were
So let's read this. Body Politic Media posted this. It says, Vivek became mega wealthy through a very successful scam. Look it up for yourself. A comment, it says, I already knew what we were in for with this guy based on the type of insufferable dude bros that won't shut the F up about him. Not shocked at all to see he's just a reskinned Martin Shkreli or whatever his name was. Another comment that says, funny thing is, this doesn't do the best job explaining how bad what he was up to was. His mom, a doctor, was involved in manipulating clinical trials that were previously bunked to make everything look copacetic for a sale. He changed the name of the company after he dumped his stocks to try to make it harder to connect. There are some great articles out there, but I'm thinking of a video circulating somewhere online. Yeah, and this is kind of related to what we were talking about trying to get the government to negotiate pharmaceutical prices and stuff like that. And we're talking about big pharma and the shadiness that they do. And this guy is benefited from the shadiness of big pharma or whatever. You know, that's how he got rich.
Yeah. He wants to be your president.
Yep. And he's saying I can run the country based on these businesses because he don't have no political experience at all. And he's saying that this is what gives him experience to be able to run the country.
Yeah. Well, I mean, shit, at this point, all of these motherfuckers crooked, bro. So it's picked, I guess you battle with picking the lesser of the two evils, huh?
Yeah, well, that leaves me to not vote because the lesser of two evils is still evil, you know. That's it. That's it. I mean, I can't vote for evil. I'll pass.
Yeah.
Let me read this. It says, I've said this before, but one of the only reasons I'm a writer is because I had a teacher in 3rd grade who looked at my poem about clouds and said, you can be a writer when you grow up. It stayed with me forever. Teachers don't underestimate what your words can do for your students. And we don't even want to pay the damn teachers. And then we act like teachers aren't even important, you know, that they're not even worth, you know, getting paid a fair wage or whatever, you know. We treat them like crap. That I was thinking about that show Breaking Bad. And in Breaking Bad, that guy ended up being a science high school teacher. But the whole thing in the show was he was a loser, right? It was like he was supposed to be a part. He started that company that ended up blowing up and getting rich as hell. And he should have got rich because he was part of one of the founders of that company. But he ended up selling his stake in it. I can't remember why. And then the company blew up later. And then so the whole thing was he was depressed about his life and he felt like a loser. But he was a science teacher. And then that just shows how the narrative is here in the States, where you can be a high school teacher and you're considered a loser, a failure in life. That's how they look at teachers.
Yep. I think that shit is so fucked up.
It's so backwards. We pay grown men who play child's games with balls. They play with balls for a living. We pay them obscene amount of money, and the people who are guiding the nation, you know, by guiding the children, don't get paid. They get paid scraps, and they get considered losers. It's like, and when you go to school, whatever you go to school for, it's supposed to be about making money. So you're supposed to go to the math and sciences, and you know, you're supposed to go for business or whatever, engineering or whatever, you know. So a person that goes to school for teaching, and it's like, why are you doing that for? You're not going to make any money doing that.
Yep, that's what they say. Well, they treat them like that too. The way that they treat teachers, man, that's just crazy.
It's so backwards, right?
Yeah.
Am I crazy?
Nah, I think teachers should definitely get paid more than what
I
they do.
I can remember some of my teachers and the ones that had impacts on me just by some little sayings that they had, like elementary, middle school, high school. There's a high school teacher I could think of right now. She was an English teacher, and she had a great impact on me, man.
Yeah.
You know, these people, they mold the children, and they either can help the child to turn into a successful person, or they could, not care about them and make them help them go to the direction of being like a criminal or whatever, a drug user or whatever. That's how much impact these people have. And then you think of our society as being made up of individuals, then that's what makes up our society is, as a result of the impact of the teachers that they had. And one of the things I was reading too recently, they were talking about toxic masculinity. And they was like, we don't really have toxic masculinity. They were saying because the kids go through school, they don't have any male teachers hardly. They don't have, you have a lot of single parent households with just moms, and these kids don't have any male influences in their lives to give them like some kind of balance. There's a shortage of male teachers.
Yeah.
So, and how much help would it be for a kid that lives in a house with just his mom to have like a strong male teacher that's in his life that he sees every day as a role model, as a person that cares about him, that looks out for him, who gives him these values that you couldn't get from a woman. I mean, the women can only do so much, not to take anything away from them. I'm just saying, like, you need that balance. And it's not just the boys who need male influences. The girls do too.
Yep. Yeah.
Let me read some comments. It says, yes, teachers are supposed to be an example. I had my 6th grade teacher tell me I'm lower than a piece of dirt in front of the whole class. It has haunted me for over 35 years. Damn, that shit about to bring a tear to my damn eyes. See, so that shows the impact that it goes both ways. And then so when you have teachers in here who don't care about the kids, they're not getting paid enough, they're worried about paying their bills, they're supposed to come out of their own pocket for school supplies and shit, and the school is just a mess. It's steadily getting defunded, and nobody cares about the kids and nobody cares about the parents. And then the teachers just like, they're just there to collect a damn check. And then, so now you got these teachers having these huge negative impacts on the children as a result of the way the system is set up.
Yep. Excuse me.
Let me read another one. It says, luckily that happened with my music, and then I got clean off meth. 23 months still playing music. Another comment, it says, true, teachers are there to spread the love of learning. They are a gift to humanity. Another comment, it says, I still have my 4th grade report card where my teacher wrote to my parents telling them I was very creative and artistic, and they should think about giving me art lessons, which they did, enrolled me in an oil painting class, which I took for 2 years, and then majored in art in college and ended up as an activity director in several different businesses and did craft shows for years. Thanks, Miss Beck. So here's an example of like when people say like you're not supposed to go to school for art or whatever, but you can do that. You can major in art and then you can go into advertising, or you can go into like television, or you can go into like video game programming or something like that. And marketing directors, shit like that. Like you can go to school for art and get a job that makes money. You can. You know, the problem with that is that, you know, you want to be creative, right? You want to make the art that you want to make. And the problem, you know, I realized this years ago, and I had a debate with one of my really close friends about this. And he explained it like this. He said, you're like a very talented carpenter. You're like really badass. And you can make art with using wood, but you make beautiful art pieces, but you can't sell that. You make a living from making chairs. You just make 4 legs and a back on a chair, and you do that again and again and again, and you make money that way. It doesn't your art, your expressiveness and your creativity and your actual talent isn't really being used. But if you did express your talent and use your talent, you wouldn't make any money. So you have to just make chairs to make a living. If that makes any sense, what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, I got you.
You know, so the artist, he wants to make art. He wants to be creative. He wants to make what's in his soul. But the problem is there's no real market for that. You know, for you to make money, then you're going to have to go work for a corporation and make the stuff that they want you to make.
Yeah, or art comes in many different forms too. You know, you could be a person that's good with doing wood, you know, making tables and, you know, different shit like that, you know.
Yeah, but in our consumer, like our society of consumer products, you know, for you to make money, you're just going to be making tables, you know, table after table after table, probably the same looking table, because that's what's going to sell, you know, and you're not going to have any like really like satisfaction out of doing that. But that's where your money is going to come in. So you do the art that's actually satisfying to you, you don't make money. It's just the way it goes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they have they have, you know, they have the market where you got people that want, you know, wood that's made, you know, real wooden tables that's made out of old barn wood, driftwood, things of that nature.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But see, that's still like a small market. You know what I'm saying? The chances of you actually getting to do that and be successful at that and make enough money to pay your bills with it is really low. It's way more likely that you just make run-of-the-mill tables and chairs and you make money that way. So you got to make money in art, you have to sacrifice your art, basically, is what I'm trying to say.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Let me read some comments. It says, my grade 2 teacher said that I tend to be a bit bossy on the playground. I never heard age possesses leadership skills, therefore doubted myself. Sadly, I do to this day, and I'm in my mid-50s. Damn. She's talking about her 2nd grade teacher said something to her that has caused her to have doubt in herself all the way up to her 50s. Yeah, so the teacher shouldn't have said you're bossy. She should have said you have leadership skills or something else. She could have spent it in a different way. You got to be careful what you say to these kids.
Yeah.
Another comment says, 100%. I had a teacher once tell me I could never be a nurse or a doctor. I believed that for over 20 years. I'm in my 40s going back to college because now I know I can do it. And, you know, I feel bad because I'm in college and I'm working on a bachelor's degree and I'm in my 40s. And then it's like you're supposed to be already had a house and like well into your career when you're at my age. But, you know, I've had a career in the past and I've had a house in the past. I lost it or whatever. I lost a career too. But, you know, they make me feel bad. We were talking about something in class the other day and they were saying like, oh, society decides what you're supposed to be doing or whatever. And they have these societal pressures on you. And it's like, so you're 40 years old and all your friends are talking about mortgages and property and issues related to stuff like that. And meanwhile, you're like a college student, you drive an old car and you're renting and it's like you're not even in the same conversation with them, and it's like society dictates by you're a certain age, you're supposed to be at a certain level in your life, and so forth and so on, you know. And it's a lot of pressure, and it makes me, I feel bad. I ain't gonna lie. I'm in class with a bunch of young kids. They're kids to me, you know, and I'm like, it's harder for me to keep going down this. I gotta pay for school out of pocket, all of that. I gotta pay bills. I gotta take care of kids, all at the same time. I gotta work a job, all at the same time. It's much harder, much more difficult for me to go down this road of trying to finish up my degree than it would for a kid that's fresh out of high school or whatever. Y'all get what I'm saying? So like, and it's a lot of pressure to be like, just give up, just go work a regular ass job, because that's what you're supposed to be doing at this point in your life. It's like, if you haven't got a degree at this point, then what the hell are you doing? Like, you're wasting your time and your money. I don't know. What y'all think about it? What's up, Doc? How you feeling, man? And I know, Deuce, I know your wife is a teacher, right? And like, you know, what made
She
her?
works in the office.
Well, she works in the school. So, you know, what made her do that? Like, you know, where do the values in teachers? Like, do you feel like, you know, teachers, you know, are valuable and important? You know, even though our society doesn't see it that way. How do you feel about it?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, me personally, yeah, definitely teachers are valuable and they are important, you know, because teachers are honestly the ones that truly care, man. They're more than teachers. You know what I'm saying? They're counselors, you know, they're counselors, they're you know, protectors, you know, like it's a lot that goes into their job and they're not compensated for it, you know. A lot of teachers struggle, man. There's so many teachers that, you know, that teach that are single parents that's barely getting by, you know. They can't even afford, so many teachers out here, man, that say they can't even afford the health insurance, so they just hope and pray they don't get sick. You know, like it's crazy, bro, that the system would be rigged like that for people that really matter, you know.
And
As
they do
far
it
as
because they care. If they just wanted to make money, then they would go and work a different kind of job. But then the people know that they need teachers and they need people that care, and people want to make a difference in the world, because that's what I'm planning on doing. I'm really planning on being a high school teacher by next year.
yeah,
I'm
that's
going
what's
down
up.
that road. And I'm doing that because that's what I feel is my way to impact society, my way to save the world, my way to do something good, you know, and not just making money. And that's what people don't understand. Like the person that goes to college and then they come out and be a social worker, they're working with homeless, or they're working with battered women, or they're working with people who have substance abuse issues or mental health issues or whatever. And then again, they're just like the teachers, where they don't get paid very much, you know. There's not much incentives to go into those fields, because
Yeah.
if you're going into it to make money, that's not what's going to happen.
Nope.
But
Nope.
we need those people, right?
Yeah, no, definitely we do. Definitely we do, you know, but I mean, you know, if you go into teaching, a lot of times, a lot of them try to pick up coaching. You know, they do try to do like the after school tutorials and Saturday D halls and things of that nature. You know,
I'm already
yeah,
planning
man.
on having a second job while I'm doing it, and continuing school while I'm doing it. You know, that's my plan, anyways.
Man, there's a lot of people that, a lot of teachers that teach, dude, and then they leave their teaching job and they go work at like Bucky's and shit because Bucky's pay pretty good. So they go to Bucky's for a second income.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm planning on doing. You know, um, I work in a restaurant now, and I think that I could do the teacher thing and still continue to work in the restaurant a couple of days a week to supplement my income to make sure that I'm good. But I really want a job that gives me some amount of benefits, healthcare, dental, vacation time, 401k. I've been there before. I know what it feels like, and it's great to have that. And I don't have that now, and it's really sad at my age to not have those benefits and to be worried about how much. The other part is knowing how much you're going to make, even if it's less money, knowing how much you're going to make as far as like being able to rely on that and knowing that it's coming. Because a lot of us that work hourly jobs, from one week to the next, our check is different, you know?
Yep.
And things happen, and you know your check is not the same every pay period, and you know that's stressful because the bills still keep coming no matter how much you made. So, but when you work a salary job, even if it's less money, you know that money is coming. You know how much it's going to be, and you know when it's going to be there, and all of that. And that takes a good amount of stress off of you, even if it's less money.
Hell yeah. Man, what's up, Doc?
Hey.
Yeah, man.
What's going on, Doc? How you feeling, man?
It's all right. So been tired. It's been a rough couple of weeks.
Yeah, I haven't been making much money. It's been slow, man.
This is the weirdest week for being after rent week. Normally this week, rent's paid and everybody's like, hey, I got money left. And they go out. And they're not going out this week like they normally. It's just too damn hot. No one wants to go out and about.
I don't think it's the heat, bro. We've been dealing with the heat all summer. It's weird that it's been slow this week.
People are getting tired of it, though. It's at the point, it's been 3 months straight, no break. It literally, man, the 2-minute walk from my door to my car takes an hour off of what I can handle on the length of the day.
Well, let me tell you what I'm thinking, and it's scaring the shit out of me. I'm afraid that they're scaring everybody with this COVID wave shit, and that is the reason why we're slow. People, because that's the first thing people start doing when they're worried about catching COVID or whatever, is going to public places less, going out to restaurants less. You know, they're afraid of being around other people.
I don't think that's scaring them yet. It's not around enough. It's actually going to take them being on the news going, hey, red alert, red alert, red alert.
I know, but people are already talking about it. There's been news stories. There's a chick at my job who's out right now. She's out with COVID.
That's going to be closer to travel time. When the kids start leaving for the holiday break, that's when they're going to drop it off. That's when they're going to drop the bomb on us.
I'm so scared.
Because that's when it's going to happen, because that's when it always happens.
I got to pay my damn bills, man. I got to pay my damn bills.
It's going to start around mid-October when people start moving around, doing more festivals, going out more outdoor festivals, more things, more people getting involved with each other. And then the kids coming back from college to do the holidays and all of that stuff. That's when they're going to hit us with with whatever's coming.
Man, I'm so scared, man. And like I say, it's been the last couple of weeks has been slower than it's been in like a long time. You know, even in the summertime, it's a slow season for restaurants. All restaurants are slower in the summer. People are out of town. They're on vacation. They're not doing their regular routines and stuff like that. All restaurants slow down in the summer. But school is back in, and business has slowed down more than it was in the summer. It was busier in the summer.
Dude, I'm telling you, man. I've only been making $350 a week for the last 2 months. I work 6 nights a week. I close 6 nights a week, and I've only been making $350 a week.
Some's got to give, man.
I'm dying here.
Yeah, I'm struggling, bro. I'm getting slowly strangled.
But on the other side, I got my license finally after a couple of years fighting with the DMV and having them because of the lockdown and them changing all the schedules. They kicked my appointment back, kept kicking it back, and I had to get and it took over 2 years. So instead of just going in and getting my picture and it all messed up and all taken care of, I had to go in and take the test and do the driving test at a third party and all that stuff. And it took 4 different times actually seeing the people at the DMV to finally get my license back.
Let's get back to.
I'm also about to take about 3 weeks off. I'm gonna start doing some Lyft and Uber driving, see what that does.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on my resume, and I want it to look beautiful. So I'm gonna let these professionals do it. And on Monday, that's tomorrow, I'm gonna work on my resume with help, and get my shit looking beautiful. And I'm gonna make some moves. Let me read this. It says,
Hey,
"Go ahead. You want to make a comment?"
yeah, I didn't want to cut y'all off, man. I just realized it's 3 o'clock, bro. I got to get up in like 3.5 hours, bro, for my son baseball. I just realized this shit.
All right, man. Shit, go get you some rest, man. Thank you for
Alright,
being
man.
here.
Sorry for running on
Peace and
y'all,
love.
man. All right, try to be on here. You come back on this coming Friday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I try to get back on here, man.
All right, man. Peace.
Yeah. Peace, bro. Hey,
Good seeing
good
you,
talking
man.
with you, Doc. Hey.
And enjoy your time with your son, man. You deserve it.
Yeah, man.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, will do, man.
He
Appreciate it, man.
deserves
Y'all
it.
have a good one.
All right,
Oh,
bro.
yeah. All right, Doc. Chuck. Peace.
All right. Let me read this one. It says, I was assigned a paper in 5th grade asking what we wanted to be when we grew up. My teacher told me my choice wasn't a possibility and failed me. Damn. Another comment, it says, so true. When I scored 100% on my high school biology, my biology teacher told me you could be a doctor. I held on to it and became a doctor. Another comment, it says, never underestimate the effect you have on a student. I never understood the politics of teachers, meaning when they gave the passing of students over to the next teacher, kids were painted, labeled by that teacher. It could make or break your child. Words are powerful, and your words are important. And it's like we got this no kid left behind policy. We have this teach to the test thing that got going on. So on top of all of the other pressures the teachers have, they're worried about the scores that the kids are going to get because the funding. Go ahead.
Officially, there is no teach to the test doctrine.
Yeah.
If you ask any teacher, there is no such thing as that. They don't do that. They're not allowed to do that. But anyone that's actually been to school knows that that's how they get their freaking funding, and that's all that really matters for
the administrators.
I would say 70% of the year is used teaching to pass the standardized tests. Not that we take in class, but we're going to be administered that year or the next.
Right. And it stresses the teachers out. It's stressing the students out. They're tested to death, like test after test after test. And they're like, if you don't pass this test, you're going to be a failure in society, and you're going to be a criminal, and you're going to be a drug dealer, and you're going to be homeless. And the kid is like, oh my God, my pencil lead keeps breaking. You know what I mean? You know, it's so terrible what we're doing to these kids, and the system is so horrible. The teachers don't even have an opportunity to like build up these kids and build character and all of the other things that they need, other than the ability to pass the test. They got to spend all their time making sure that the kid can pass these tests, and a lot of these tests are like, you know, they're confusing. They're written badly, you know, they're organized badly, they're timed, you know, it's so much stacked against the teachers and the kids related to these damn tests. Let me read another comment. It says, I'm a creative coach. At least half of what I do is undo the heartbreaking and unfounding prognostications of teachers, family, and other experts. Get someone on your side. Don't do it alone. Thanks for sharing. Prognostications of teachers. Another comment that says, I totally believe children should always be praised. I held higher expectations, which a child who knows who care knows you care, will achieve and exceed as the bar constantly gets risen. Another comment, it says, I wish I'd had a teacher like that, or a parent or friend or anyone to tell me I was good at something, because I'm almost 50 now, and other than my sweet husband, nobody's ever told me that before. Wow, that's so sad. Another comment, it says 100% a similar thing happened to me when I in college. It says, my grade 3 teacher told me the same thing. Another comment, it says, yes, having a teacher that encourages you and your gifts can make such a difference in a child's life. Yeah, man. I'm going to move on. Wanted to talk about, it was a earthquake in Morocco. I can't do the sound on this.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal.
Sad breaking news. Please share, pray for survivors, and donate to our fundraiser to help Morocco. At least 2,012 people have been killed and another 2,000 plus injured, more than 1,400 of them critically, after a 6.8 magnitude earthquake just hit Morocco, the strongest earthquake to hit this area in more than a century. Search and rescue efforts intensify on Saturday night, nearly 24 hours after this deadly earthquake, as first responders struggle to reach survivors in time and emergency teams race to prevent more deaths in remote mountain villages. It says, please join us in praying for more survivors and use your social platform for good by sharing this sad news with your followers and tagging celebrities, influencers, and news media too, who also need to see, share, and donate to the new fundraiser to get urgent aid for these communities that need food, clean water, medicine, and temporary shelters for the survivors. So please share, donate if you can, because Morocco needs our help right now. And like recently, the thing about like climate change and all of the conspiracy theories about the government being able to manipulate the weather and stuff like that. And I was pushing back against a lot of that, but I have been digging into this a bit for a while related to these earthquakes. And okay, earthquakes do happen naturally, and you can't really just make an earthquake, but you have certain pressures that build up in certain areas because of the faults rubbing against each other, right? So, but if you know that information, you can influence an earthquake. You know what I'm saying? Detonating explosives, in those areas to provide pressures in those specific places to the earthquake was probably going to come anyway at some point, but you can make it come before or whatever, make it come when you want it to come or whatever. And I like I said, I've been looking at this for a while. Go ahead.
What the science is that you're looking at is they're trying to find a way to generate a smaller earthquake to take the pressure off to stop the mega quakes.
Mm-hmm.
They'll get to a fault that's gonna they know it's gonna blow, and they try to shake it a little bit to let the pressure off so it doesn't go bam when it busts, when it pops.
And that's the positive use of this technology. But there's a dark side to it. And I think that it's been happening already where
like all technology, Nobel, when he invented dynamite, he wasn't thinking that it was going to be used as the next biggest thing for war. He was thinking building, construction, putting the railroad through mountains, putting roads up, cleaning land for. He didn't think it was going to become one of the biggest uses of killing men ever.
Yeah,
which is why the Nobel Peace Prize was formed.
And I remember too, if you look at history, the TNT and the different the dynamite was really readily accessible, like easily get your hands on, because again, like you said, they wasn't looking at it as a weapon of war. It was a weapon for construction or whatever. But that has changed. Getting your hands on that stuff is a bit more difficult now. But what I was saying was, yeah, I think that there's cases where you have political reasons, like let's say you want to go to war with a certain country or whatever. You don't like something that they're doing or whatever. You want to fight them. And to your benefit, they're sitting on a fault line. And they not only that, they have an earthquake coming. And so then you do what you do to like exacerbate their situation, helping to induce a freaking earthquake. And then you have things in place to even exacerbate the situation even more once the crisis happens, so that you can benefit from the crisis and hurt the people even more. We're in conspiracy theory area, I ain't gonna lie, but that's something to think about. So yes, these pictures are terrible. It won't let me play the sound. But you was talking about mega quake. 6.8 is pretty damn mega, right? That's pretty high.
No, it's very solid, definitely solid. I've been in a 7.2 or 7.4 before, which was pretty damn bad. That was California, and that was like freaky. But California really is kind of, their buildings are like Japan. All the big buildings in Japan are made to hold up to like 7 and 8 earthquakes.
Yeah, they're built on top of those like springs, and they move. They absorb the movement.
Springs, locking bricks, all kinds of technology goes to making sure, because Tokyo or Japan is actually about. I mean, it's the whole big island chain is based on a big volcano. I mean,
yeah, it was created out of volcano.
And sooner or later, Mount Fuji is going to blow.
It's crazy how we build our civilizations, seems like in the worst areas. Oh, yeah, I was thinking about this because we were talking about in the other show about evolution. We were talking about that bottleneck thing that happened in Houston in human history. And I was talking about how the survivors, the ones that made it, are they're us. But more than that, they had to live along the coastlines to survive. And the thing is, if you look at the maps, and you look at where people live in the world, they're along the coasts. The majority of populations are along the coast.
Coasts and rivers, yes. Lakes, rivers. Population follows fresh water, drinkable water.
Well, the ocean isn't fresh, drinkable water.
It's not, but if you'll notice where all those cities are, they're outlets where rivers meet the ocean. So they've got fresh water coming from the rivers. Paris, fresh water runs all around that sucker, even though it's inland. Think about a lot of our cities up and down the Mississippi River. How many of them were set there because it was right there on the waterway? Water is the element of life. If you find a stream, if you're lost, don't know where anything's going on, if you find a stream and follow it downstream, you will almost always find civilization. Because civilization needs clean water. Yeah, I've studied a lot about that because drawing the maps of my own game worlds and stuff like that. I'm making sure I get my plates right, my river systems right, my lake systems. And yeah, I mean, another reason that they go toward the sea, though, is you've got a river or wells possibly nearby. It may not always be a river. It could be like hot springs or freshwater springs nearby. But the main reason is fish.
Fish, food, shellfish.
Seaweed.
And that's where I was. That's where I was going. And that's where I was going with this, because there's a lot of places along the coast that don't have fresh water coming through when you have huge population centers. And I think that we naturally evolved to kind of like live along coastlines. Like it's like an evolutionary thing. You know, I got a map up right here of the world, and this one is population concentrations, and the red is the population concentrations. So in some of these, you can totally just see rivers, like this one in Africa. You know, that's completely around a river, huge river right there. So, but like some of these areas, like here in South America, where you have this huge red right here, this is not really a river.
Take a good look at a close map. There's all kinds of rivers through there, swamps, small lakes. I mean, you have to have fresh water. Remember, spring water, a place where the groundwater is high, is also a good place. A lot of those huge rivers have tributaries and stuff like that head down.
Yeah. And if you look at Australia is like empty. The interior of Australia is basically empty, and all the cities are along the coastlines around Australia.
Because there ain't no water in the middle of the continent.
It's a desert. It's like a plateau desert.
Scrub, I believe it's scrub mostly.
Yeah, that stuff is really interesting to me. I wish I had some better maps.
I'll see if I can find some in my stuff where I've got about it was population moving and stuff like that, along with rainfall and how they'll be at the sea like during the summers and everything, or during the winters, and then they'll go up to the hills and the mountains where it was frozen during there, because the water is flowing in the rivers and they've got water, and all the game is up there that made it through the frost and all of that, while they were down fishing during that time. Instead of having to survive in the cold, they let the animals to themselves, and then they move. Their tribe will travel between the hills and the coast.
Yeah, really interesting stuff, man. I wish I could transpose the population centers over this map on Google Maps. I wonder if Google Maps has some kind of option related to that in it. Anyways, I love looking at maps anyways. They don't teach us geography nearly enough.
Possibly see if there's a filter by population. A color filter by population.
I don't know. I don't even know where to find the filters. They don't teach us geography. They don't teach us history. And I think it's by design. We don't really understand what's going on in the world because we don't understand our history, and then we don't understand geography. And they act like it's not important, like it's not an important class. They teach you the damn capitals, they teach names, and they teach you the shapes, but they don't teach you how the different topography is. You know, they don't teach you how these states came to be in the shapes that they're in, like how the history and geography coincides. You know, all the information that's really important. The reason why people live where they live, where you got swamp areas, where you got deserts. You know, it's funny how they do education because they don't put everything together like how it fits. And that's the reason why the kids lose their interest and they're bored because they teach you the different parts, but they don't teach you how they fit together or how they, you know, relate to each other. You know, they don't teach you context. Anyways, I was just looking at Google Maps. I wasn't even sharing it with y'all. Let's do this right quick. It says deprivation, a world Chimelong Ocean Kingdom pod of orcas won't know, but a word that accurately describes what they will intensely and relentlessly experience for the rest of their lives. These whales will never again experience their natural environment, its ever-changing condition, or its wide variety of fauna and flora. They will never again experience the thrill of the hunt, despite being the ocean's top predators. Instead, they will spend the remainder of their lives surrounded by concrete walls, steel gates, and stadium seating, with little to experience besides the growing frustrations of imprisoned pod members, dead fish, and screaming crowds. These whales will suffer the tolls of confinement each and every day for the sake of human entertainment. It says, take a stand against just blatant cruelty. Don't buy a ticket. You know, and one of my fond memories of is going to SeaWorld, and I went a couple of times, but my understanding of the world then is not the same as it is now. I'm not even sharing this. Hold on, y'all. It's not the same as I am now, and you know it sucks because like you may never get to get close to these animals under normal circumstances, and that's what draws people to these like zoos and SeaWorld and so forth and so on. But you know, like if they're just like regular fish, like smaller animals, you know, they have short memory. You know, I think that they can live their life in like an aquarium and it be pretty okay or whatever. Like it's still bad, but these big, huge animals like the orcas, highly intelligent animals like that, like they know that they're locked up. You know, they know that they're not living naturally. You know, it has psychological issues. They go crazy. They kill themselves. They have much shorter lifespans. Terrible, terrible stuff. You know, and I think about myself and I think about being in prison, you know, when I see them. And that's why I don't go to zoos anymore. I haven't been to a zoo in years and years because whenever I go to a zoo, I think about being in prison because that's what it is for those animals. They're locked up. They're locked up. They won't let me out. I don't know. Call me crazy, but that's just one of the things that affects me is, you know, I don't like to see it. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you're on.
Okay. Yeah, I don't like that. Do I have something else in here that I wanted to do? I talk about using credit cards instead of your debit card. Oh yeah, this I wanted to do this one. Coco Gauff wins the 2023 U.S. Open Championship. It happened earlier. I was watching it a bit at work today. Again, it was freaking slow. I had time to freaking look at the damn television. Anyways, it says it doesn't get much better than this. In the Arthur Ashe Stadium on the anniversary that he became the first African-American man to win the U.S. Open, Coco Gauff wins her first ever U.S. Open at just 19 years old. Proud is an understatement. Congratulations, Coco. This is Black excellence. Head to the link in the bio to read the play-by-play of this historic match. Yeah, I was watching the match already. I'm into my mom used to play tennis, and she used to take me out there, and she's really into tennis. So that's one of the things that we bond over. And I go and I hang out with her. She likes to watch all the tennis matches, and she kind of got me into it a bit. I don't really watch much sports, but tennis is one of the ones that I do like to watch when I can. So yeah, I like that stuff. Let's play this. Oh, they won't let me play the sound. I hate that. Coco Gauff walks into the stands and hugs her mom, dad, and family. They've been with her every step of the way. Coco's parents, Candy and Corey Gauff, have been her advocates from the very beginning, teaching her to speak up and vouch for herself no matter what. Coco also credits her grandmother, Yvonne Odom, and one of the first Black students to attend Florida State University, and her grandfather, Eddie Odom, civil rights activist who worked alongside Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. in the 1960s for helping her find her voice. We're so proud of Coco for continuing this legacy of Black excellence. What an incredible match and moment in history. I wanted to get her comments. We're going to have to type that in. One second, y'all. One second. Freaking. Let's see. Do they have it here? I just want her comments. I don't want a whole freaking thing.
First onto the scene about 4 years ago, a lot of expectations on your shoulders. What does it mean to win your first Grand Slam title on home soil?
Oh my goodness. It means so much to me. I feel like I'm a little bit in shock in this moment. That French Open loss was a heartbreak for me. But I realized, God puts you through.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
French Open loss was a heartbreak for me. But I realized, God puts you through tribulations and trials, and this makes this moment even more sweeter than I can imagine.
We saw you say a prayer, get on your knees. You have a lot of faith. How important has that been through this journey for you?
Oh, it's been so important. I don't pray for results. I just ask that, I get the strength to give it my all, and whatever happens, happens. I'm so blessed in this life. So I'm just thankful for this moment. Like, I don't have any words for it, to be honest.
Arena came out super strong today. Where did you find the belief to turn this match around?
I don't know. I just knew that if I didn't give it my all, I had no shot at winning. Arena's an incredible player. Congratulations on the #1 ranking. It's well-deserved. I always tell my team all the time that, you're a really nice person behind the scenes, and the competitive and the fire that you bring to the court is something that makes sports better. So
yeah, she had her running around, bro. She had her running around, and she won the first round too. So the first match, And but old girl came back and won the rest of the matches to take it. But she had to run around. She had to put in work for that win.
Congratulations to you and your team for this result.
And what about your team? You had a great embrace with your mom and dad. They've been with you through thick and thin. Your brothers are back at home, your grandmother. What message do you have for all of them?
Can I take the mic for this one?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. God. Well, thank you first to my parents. Today was the first time I've ever seen my dad cry. He doesn't want me to tell you all that, but he got caught in 4K. You know, he thinks he's so hard, but you know, it's not. So thank you guys. I mean, you believed in me from the beginning. I've been coming to this tournament. My dad took me to this tournament, sitting right there watching Venus and Serena compete. So it's really incredible to be on this stage. And obviously, huge thank you to my team, Stefan, Brad. Oh yeah, Stefan's here. Oh my God, he's here. Stefan, Brad, Para, Jameer, and Maria, thank you so much for all that you guys have done for me. I know that it's been a long 3 weeks, long month, but you guys your faith has never wavered on me. And everybody in that box right there, thank you so much. A lot of you guys, I didn't know you were coming, so this is a surprise to see you there. And I want to thank my grandparents who are home and my brothers. I could FaceTime my brother right after, but he didn't answer. But then he called, and then he called me later, but I had to go. So thank you to those who are watching. And then the last couple things I want to say, honestly, thank you to the people who didn't believe in me. I mean, like a month ago, I won a 500 title and people said I would stop at that. 2 weeks ago, I won 1,000 title and people were saying that was the biggest it was gonna get. So 3 weeks later, I'm here with this trophy right now. You know, I tried my best to carry this with grace and I've been doing my best. So honestly, to those who thought who were putting water on my fire, you're really adding gas to it. And now I'm really burning so bright right now. And last but not least, thank you to New York. Thank you to you guys. You guys pulled me through this fire. The supporters that have mean so much to me. So thank you all. And thank you to everyone who made this tournament possible, especially you, Stacey. You put on an incredible tournament. I mean, I remember just being here a couple years ago and you always believed in me. So thank you for just doing that. And all the ball kids, photographers, staff behind the scenes, everyone who made this tournament possible. Thank you so much. And thank you, New York. Oh my God, this means so much. Thank you.
Thank you, New York. Yeah, that's wonderful, man. I ain't gonna lie. Smiles ear to ear, you know. It's inspirational to me, you know, because I be thinking about it too. The part where she was saying, like, the people that doubt you, the people that say you're wasting your time, the people that say, you know, it's hopeless, that you can't make it, you can't do it, you won't do it, that's the best you can do, and all of this or whatever. You know, and sometimes those words can really tear you down and make you doubt yourself and make different decisions and make you give up or whatever. Or those same comments can make you push through harder, to make you go harder, to prove them wrong, to show that they don't know what they're talking about. Show them that they don't know what they're talking about. You can't tell me what I'm gonna do. You can't tell me how successful I'm gonna be. You can't tell me what I can accomplish and what I can't. So anyways, I needed that, you know, because I've been going through it. I've been thinking about, you know, giving up on some long-term goals that I've been working on. And I've been getting words that were negative and they have been impacting me. It's like they play over and over in my mind and I hear them and I'm like, am I crazy? Am I wrong? Am I wasting my time? You know, am I stupid for even trying to do this stuff that I'm doing? You know? And so, yeah, I needed to hear that. And I'm really glad that she made those comments that she made. And those are those comments that she just made there at the end. That's what kind of went viral and has been going around the internet already. since this happened earlier today. And like I say, those comments, they I needed to hear that, So thank you for saying what you said, and thank you. You deserve it. You deserve to, what you worked hard and you made it happen. It's great. It's good for the U.S. too, because this is the U.S. Winning, showing that we produce great athletes. Shakira Richardson, she won. They were talking bad about her and saying that she was a weed head and bad attitude or whatever. She came back strong and she won. Let's go to that. So I'm thinking about it. This was a couple weeks ago. Let's play this clip.
They're away first time. Can Shelly-Ann Fraser-Pryce deliver? She's got a good start, but watch Shericka Jackson. Shericka Jackson, is she just going to do it? Oh, on the near side, right at the end. They were getting ready from nowhere in lane 9. It's an incredible performance from Sha'Carri Richardson. Richardson came through like a rocket in lane 9. Her first global final, and she tastes gold. The iconic 5-times champion was stunned. Richardson needed a better start than she got in the semis, and she came through in fine style, and maybe, just maybe, being in lane 9 was the best thing that could have happened to her for that final. 10:65, that is outstanding. Lyles took the men's title. Richardson has stormed to the women's title.
Yeah, she came from behind and took that win. I want to say she broke a record too for her time. And then like I say, people were talking bad about her, said she was down and out. She had some L's a little while, some time ago, but I guess she went and she trained hard and she didn't listen to the people talking and she won. And like Jamaica is the ones that win these a lot of times, so she had to beat them. Those guys, they go hard in Jamaica on the track. They win all the time. So it's another win for US, and it's another like underdog and like comeback story too, Really great stuff. Anyways, enough of that. Let's go on to something else. Yeah, I know I don't cover sports that much on the show, so it's not really about the sports. It's really about, overcoming adversity, when people doubt you and you persevere, you pull out the upset. You use the fuel that they were trying to tear you down with and use that as the fuel to get you where you need to go. What was it? It's something I want to cover before I go. It was something that happened recently. What is it? Hold on. Okay, gun laws in Mexico. That's what it was. Not Mexico, New Mexico. Let's go on to that. I had an article on it, but I don't know where that is now. I was hoping that Pat would be here when we covered this one. Shit. Okay, here we go. 3 minutes, 6 minutes. Let's do this one. Pretty controversial right here. and pretty gutsy to make these calls like this too. People want to talk about, gun control or whatever, and it's a lot of pressure, but then people don't make no moves on it. This lady is standing up for what she believes in and making moves.
The governor today said she was expecting pushback, but she held her ground as she announced a 30-day ban on open and concealed carry laws in Bernalillo County. News 13's Gabe Chavez was in Santa Fe for that news conference, and tonight has the outrage it has sparked.
Jessica, the move angered many leaders, including the police union, who say they feel strongly that this is a violation of the Second Amendment rights of citizens. A city councilor worries it will make the city more dangerous. There are a lot of questions tonight, including if the order is even legal and how it will be enforced.
No one right now in New Mexico, and particularly in Albuquerque, is safe in a movie theater, at a park, at a school, at a grocery store, at an Isotopes game.
The governor's public health order states gun violence and drug abuse statewide has caused a health emergency. It then lists orders, including stating no person other than law enforcement officers or licensed security officers shall possess a gun openly or concealed in public in counties averaging.
Let's take that back. So this is what it is right here. Everybody tripping about. No person other than a law enforcement officer or licensed security officer shall possess a firearm on state property, public schools, and public parks.
Now, the funny thing is, even when the guy just read that, all they said was in public. That's a big difference from those three definitions and all of public.
A huge difference. And so then that's probably why so much backlash happens on it, because it's like, that she's saying it says public parks, but then that's how the media twists things and gets people all emotional.
I understand how how public parks can ruffle people's feathers. I mean, being public and all, but on the other hand, you've got the whole, like I said, it's state property, public schools, and public parks. The reporter covering it said, with that highlighted, said the words, no longer carry in public. He's exasperating. He is actually misrepresenting his he's got one friggin' job and he failed.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't by accident. That wasn't by accident. I hadn't had
That's
a chance.
What makes it worse.
I hadn't had a chance to dig into this myself. I just saw the headlines and I thought that it was, no guns at all, period. Because that's what the headlines were saying. Let's take it back and hear what he said again.
Including stating no person other than law enforcement officers or licensed security officers shall possess a gun openly or concealed in public in counties average.
In public. So, but that's not what this says. It says public parks. So that's a huge difference. So state property, public schools, or public parks. And it also says that licensed security officers, they can carry. Law enforcement can carry. But the way the headline is saying is like outlawed guns, period. You know what I'm saying? That's what I saw.
No, that's even what he was telling us as we were seeing different with our own eyes in real time.
That shows how the media is so terrible now. Like, that's what we get. This is what we have.
We say, look that shit up.
Look that shit up yourself. Don't go by the headlines of the media. Don't let them feed your algorithm with the bullshit and get you all emotionally, fired up on some bullshit that ain't even true. And because they know it's going to get clicks. This is very controversial topic. It gets a lot of people emotional on both sides, So then you got the ones that support it getting all emotional. Oh, no more guns. Boom, that's a good idea. And then you got the other guys saying, no more guns. What? I'm finna go buy a bunch of guns and hide them, you know?
In public, in counties averaging more than 1,000 violent crimes per 100,000 people, meaning this would only apply to Bernalillo County, which the governor also pointed out has a high number of emergency room visits for gun injuries.
Well, let's take this back because there's another aspect of this. So in public, hold on, counties that are above a certain percentage of population. Let's see this again.
Violent crimes per 100,000 people, meaning
Hold on. So that's another part they're leaving out.
more than 1,000 violent crimes per 100,000 people.
100
Get
violent
up further
crimes.
than that. Get the whole sentence in there. Okay, yeah.
The officers shall possess a gun openly or concealed in public in counties averaging more than 1,000 violent crimes per 100,000 people.
100 crimes per 1,000 people, right? And then he said that
100,000 for a 1% violent crime rate.
So, and then it's saying that only pertains to one county. So, and then again, the headlines was saying the whole state of New Mexico was going to be no guns. That's what I got from the headline.
Officers shall possess a gun openly or concealed in public in counties averaging more than 1,000 violent crimes per 100,000 people, meaning this would only apply to Bernalillo County, which the governor also pointed out has a high number of emergency room visits for gun injuries. And she says she's had enough with children being killed.
But I have to take a tough, direct stand where basically I'm just ignoring the fact that we lost an 11-year-old.
The governor says she knows criminals won't listen to this order, but she hopes the public will and start reporting gun crimes. She says it will be enforced by state police as a civil offense, which she acknowledges may be tough to carry out.
The purpose is to try to create a cooling off period while we figure out how we can better address public safety and gun violence.
The controversial move was met with anger tonight.
We need this governor to ensure that in our courts, to ensure that we're holding criminals accountable and we're not releasing them out the back door. This is the biggest problem that we're facing right now is let's treat criminals like criminals. Let's put them behind bars. Let's keep them off our streets.
Albuquerque City Councilor Dan Lewis called it an overreach of governmental powers. State Republican leaders condemned the order, saying it purposely targets law-abiding citizens. Senate leader Greg Baca said in a statement today, in part, the governor's soft-on-crime approach has failed and put the safety of all New Mexicans in great jeopardy. Mayor Tim Keller saying tonight, we welcome meaningful solutions and additional resources to fight crime in Albuquerque. APD is not responsible for enforcing the governor's ban. Our officers will continue to enforce all criminal laws, combat gun violence, and push for needed justice in our city. The governor says she expects the order to be challenged and welcomes it.
So if this encourages the public to help us create a safer environment, I'm in. So it does do that. And people want action. That's my belief. They want every possible action. And I'm doing everything I know to do.
The governor says she is working with state police and prosecutors on how the civil order may be enforced. She says she will reevaluate the order in 30 days. Back to you.
All right. Thank you, Gabe.
What do you think? What's your initial reactions to this?
Well, like I say, you pretty much heard mine. I mean, is it an overreach? Absolutely. Will it stand up on the Supreme Court level? No. It's another one of those things that it's a showboat move, if you ask me.
Yeah. I
To
think
try to
it's,
say, look, I'm doing something, but you're not really doing anything.
yeah. Yeah, that's what I would say is it doesn't have much teeth. I don't think it's gonna have any effect. But at the same time,
Yeah, it's going to have an effect. It's either going to make or break her governor next election.
yeah, well, that just makes it political as far as the impact that it has on the community, you know. But maybe it'll bring.
It is political.
Yeah. So, but maybe it'll bring, you know, the topic up for discussion better, for people to start talking about some actual solutions and some actual legislation, you know, to go and to deal with gun violence, you know, instead of just saying, you know, it's
Overreach never opens discussion. It causes retaliation. They're going to go after her job. They're going to go to put it in the state constitution that it can't be messed with. It's going to go back and forth until we're going to have the whole problem that the left just started with these mugshots.
Well, what I would say about this is, like, you know, on the Abbott talking about immigration, and I was saying that those buoys that he put up, they're like 1,000 yards or 1,000 feet across, and it's like, how much impact is that really going to have? It seems pretty easy for people to go around it, and then people were saying, well, at least he's doing something. He's trying to do something, and then
okay, okay, here's another one where you're talking about stuff and you don't understand the idea of border security, walls, funneling, things like that, what it was for. It's stopping people from crossing at an area where drownings have occurred, in case you didn't know about that, which is something that they don't want you to know about. And I mean, but the buoy thing is messed up. The way they've got it set up, it seems to me that a good 20% of it, 30% of it or more, is actually tied down on the Mexican side. It's not even in our country. So yeah, that shit's got to come up, because that's not right either.
Yeah, so but the point I'm making is that same argument can be used here in this situation, where it's like, you know, like I say, with the buoys, it's like they're saying Abbott is trying to do something. Well, then you could say that about here, Governor Lujan Grisham trying to do something, you know.
Yeah, she's taking guns away from people who are willing to follow the law.
Yeah, but the point of what she's trying to do is do something
Take
about
guns away from people. Get less guns around. But the thing is, she even said criminals are probably not going to pay attention to it. So what does it really do other than disarm citizens?
Well, what I'm saying is people on the different sides of the issue, you know, don't feel comfortable making the same argument for a different situation. What I'm saying is, you know, her the Abbott thing doesn't have much impact, and this one doesn't have much impact. But with the Abbott one, they're like, well, at least he's trying to do something. But with her, you can't make that same argument that at least she's trying to do something. To combat.
I'm not going to give Abbott credit of doing something with that flashy little thing that he just did, knowing that it was going to have to get pulled. That is just as bad as throwing the money against the wall, hoping something will stick, knowing that you're still going to have to clean that damn wall anyway.
Yeah,
Abbott wasted a bunch of money on that. There's a whole lot of different ways that could have been done without those buoys that would have been just absolutely fine.
And the judge has already told him he gotta pick that up. They've said it. It's got to come up. And let's go to this headline. Let's look at this and talk about this for a second, because the headline says Governor Lujan Grisham issues order to suspend open concealed carry of guns in Bernalillo County. Is that true, actually? And in the caption, it says Governor Lujan Grisham issues order to suspend open concealed carry of guns in Bernalillo County. Go ahead.
Technically, yes, that is true. It is misleading, but it is entirely a true statement.
Yes, definitely misleading.
They could have also said has ordered to suspend open concealed carry of guns in the state, and it would have been just as true as it is right there. Because it is a statewide ordinance. However, because of the population exclusion line, only one county is affected, even though it is a statewide issue. So any county whose next census or population goes above that rate, however, becomes automatically under that rule, under that law.
Right. Let's read some comments. It says, unconstitutional, shall not be infringed. I hope the good people of New Mexico openly defy this tyrant at all costs. Another comment, it says, this woman doesn't have the authority to suspend a constitutional right. Her unlawful edict should be ignored by law enforcement. Shall not be infringed means shall not be infringed.
What do you want to bet half of these people that are responding to this did not take the 2 minutes that we did and go, hey, wait a minute, this is not all of public. This is just basically state-owned property, schools, and shit like that.
Right. I bet you they didn't. Another comment, it says, she needs to be arrested and removed from office. Everyone needs to stop voting Democrat, period. Another comment, it says, for you to fight this in the courts costs your money. For her to justify this in the courts costs your money. Another comment, it says, governor does not trump the Constitution. She should be removed ASAP.
Oh, I hate him using the capital T in that word right there. It's like, dude, I know what you're saying without saying it out loud, but to me, that just makes you look dumb.
Yes, I agree 100%. Another comment, it says, remove her from office by force. Seriously, the United States Constitution explicitly implores you do. What does that mean?
Well, no. If she violates the Constitution calls for to rise up and get her out of office. However, this kind of move is actually grounds for impeachment.
So I guess when they say by force, they're talking about impeachment. But for
No,
me,
they're talking about rioting.
Yeah, so that's what I heard or whatever.
Because,
That's what my brain.
Gravy ISIS out there in the country, my rights, they're being impinged on.
Yeah, and they're probably not even in New Mexico. They're gonna come from a whole nother state and go over there and cause a bunch of problems, and talking about remove her by force. So what does that mean?
At least if they cross state lines and have a problem, at least the Democrats can actually support borders for a change.
Oh, dun dun dun. Let me read this one. It says, how in the hell would this stop any actual criminals who already don't have carry license? Another comment, it says, as a New Mexico resident, I call for the removal from office the current governor and chief of the New Mexico State Police. Both swore an oath to protect and uphold the Constitution of New Mexico and the U.S. New Mexico has a provision in the New Mexican Constitution to bear arms. Both the governor and the chief of the New Mexican State Police have broken that oath to uphold the Constitution, as well as stating they are incapable of doing duty to serve and protect the citizens of New Mexico. Broke the supreme law of the land and that justifies removal. Their solution is to deny honest citizens to protect themselves when the state has failed. Our Bill of Rights is under direct attack here, and no greater threat to our freedoms exists than to deny us our God-given rights. Why are people so super emotional about this damn topic? And all of the comments so far that I've read are all against her. I haven't read anything that supports what she's doing yet or trying to do. Let me read another
Because
comment.
when you make laws that take guns away from honest citizens and do nothing to affect criminals or crime, you piss people off.
Yeah, I just think it's weird. We have like a weird, like super emotional fixation to the idea of someone coming and taking your guns away or whatever. Like, even if that's not even what's happening, any inkling of that idea just solicits a major emotional response.
Because they keep targeting private citizens and not criminals.
Let me read another comment. It says, without a doubt, I'll be voting Republican next time around. You're not supposed to punish the good guys. They did nothing wrong. You're supposed to punish the bad guys and keep them in jail. So, punishing the good guys. So how is this punishing the good guys?
Because you are taking firearms away from people who have not committed a crime or done anything wrong. You're banning from them while you're not doing a thing to stop the criminal element.
Well,
this broken record is going to keep getting repeated every time you ask questions like that.
Well, they said on school property, what was it? Public parks, state property or whatever. Like, you can't go into a lot of buildings. You can't go into federal buildings.
Just about every one of those is already firearm protected. They're already fish out in a barrel zone due to previous laws.
That's what I was about to say. Like, and then what?
I said, you're talking about. Well, it doesn't really matter that much, but it does because it's a foot in the door. It is another violation of the Constitution, being told that we're doing it for our protection and our rights, yet it has no effect on criminals whatsoever. It is doing a legislation that attacks free people and not criminals. It's limiting rights. It's giving the government more control when the government needs to keep the fuck out of this particular, leave people that aren't committing crimes alone. That's the problem here. They're focusing on law-abiding citizens, not criminals. They're making laws to deter, prevent, and suborn people who aren't breaking the law in the first place, who aren't criminals.
What do you want to be on school property with a gun for anyways?
Whoever said you did? There are already laws against that. That's what we're saying. That's what we've already said. There's laws against that. There's no weaseling out of this one. There's no snaky snake, slippery slope bullshit about it. This only affects law-abiding citizens. There is nothing about criminality in there. Technically, what this is a way for them to generate funds and take guns away from people by violating them, charging them for possession of the guns, and then destroying them, because that's what they do. I mean, you could really, if you really want to start going into it. Like I said, this is a dumb law. It violates the Constitution, and it's either going to, like I said, it's either going to make or break her career, because they're either going to go, oh, she's trying at least, and blah, 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 and that's going to get a whole bunch of Democrats riled up, and she's just completely violating the Constitution, which is going to get Republicans all riled up.
Yeah.
It's a horrible law. It's a bad call. It doesn't change the law. Okay, now
let me ask you this.
By the way, I do agree with, if there's nothing in those laws already in their state to keep them out of, like, hospitals, schools, the courthouse with a gun, there should be already.
Yeah.
That should be across the whole freaking state, though, already. Those laws were all dropped in what, the 80s? Or no, 90s. The 90s after Columbine.
So I have to ask you this. Does it really violate the Constitution when it's saying you have the right to bear arms? She's not saying you don't have a right to bear arms. She's saying you can't go to a school with your arms, or you can't go into a hospital or federal building or state property or whatever with
Like
your
I
arms.
say, it is creating a legal situation against law-abiding citizens, treating them as criminals, reducing the rights of them. It has nothing to do with criminality or reducing crime. It's a bad bill. It violates.
Let me read some more comments. It says, don't consent, don't comply. No one rules when no one obeys. Another comment says, this Governor Lujan Grisham needs to be removed immediately and be impeached. There is no emergency that can ever supersede your Bill of Rights. Thus, any mainstream media repeating this as an order to people of New Mexico are complicit in reporting it as such and should consult their legal teams. This violation of constitutional rights that she is legally obligated to uphold must be dealt with, and sounds like class action by the people of New Mexico is warranted.
Oh God, Rico is in the air tonight.
Another comment is
everybody wants to group them all now.
Yeah.
Fucking left started that shit. That's some dumb shit. Ooh.
Let me read another one. It says, I would personally like to thank Governor Karen for her support ensuring a victorious Trump win in 2024. Another comment that says, time to sue her. She's becoming a tyrant. Another one that says, attention, even in California, a business owner and his or her employees are legally allowed to possess a loaded and concealed firearm while working on company property without any kind of permit being required as per California Penal Code. But see, they're not talking about working on company property. They're talking about federal property, schools and hospitals. And, you know, and like I say,
state-owned facilities and property.
And like I say,
which I'm okay with that.
On this topic is, you know, when we talk about gun violence and gun deaths and school shootings and so forth and so on, you know, people want to say, you know, I have a right to bear arms and it's not the gun, it's the person and so forth and so on. But when we try to go down the road of talking about what can we do to make things better related to gun violence, people, you know, school shootings and so forth and so on, then we can't even go down that road because they say my cold dead hands afterwards. You know what I'm saying? And then when someone makes an argument to show that in there's countries around the world who don't have school shootings, who don't have all of these high deaths from firearms and so forth and so on, then, you know, and then they still go back to the thing about the, you know, it's not the gun, it's the person. And then it's like,
they all don't have, and all of those countries don't have 15-minute of fame cultures. They haven't brought all of this into the spotlight to where every single time it's done, it's a statement of some sort of super angst and everything. It doesn't give them years of fame for what they did as either a perpetrator or a victim. It's not glamorized and socialized and medialized like it is here in America.
I completely agree with that. I was making that exact same point when we had that shooting. What was it? The Tennessee shooting, the one in the Dollar General shooting. And I was saying that they should not say these people's names. Don't show their pictures because that's what these people want, you know, but the media just can't help themselves when it comes to that shit. But then again, like I want to say it was in Australia where they had a school shooting there and then they passed laws, really strict gun laws after that. And they haven't had any school shootings since then. They fixed the problem. We're just still going around chasing our tail over here. How many people have to die before we try to make some kind of legislation?
See, you keep going with this, and it's like, oh well, we took the guns away, and shit like that. But at the same time, you're not at all addressing the underlying mental issue problems of the people that are doing it, people that could have been spotted. Every single one of these school shooters and crap like that could have been spotted a year or more ahead of time, but weren't. You know, we started by putting metal detectors in that. Then we got guards, and now we got guards that don't do anything. The measures that have been putting in it are not working.
I agree with that.
You want a war on guns? Well, how is the war on drugs gone? How is the war on education gone? How is the war on poverty gone? And you want to trust, after the government has done all of this and increased crime and drugs and poverty and all that, you want to trust them to protect us after they take guns away? Not me, man.
All I'm saying is, you know, we have countries around the world who they don't have mass shootings. They don't have school shootings. They don't have that problem. For us, it's like,
and they also don't have a string of doddering friggin' leaders. They don't have. They've got politicians they can trust more. They've got police they can trust better. And it's all growing. It's all doing things. But I'm telling you right now, firearms are not leaving. They are not going. And for people to keep fighting to take all of them away, you're fighting a lost cause. I'm telling you right now.
let me read another one. It says, can the government go against the Second Amendment? In short, the Second Amendment states that as an American citizen, you have the individual right to arm yourself. The amendment also firmly establishes that the government cannot infringe on that right. Yeah, well, they're not saying you can't bear arms. They're saying you can't take it to certain places. You can't have it in certain places. Another comment says, once you can suspend or trample on constitutional right for public safety, you can trample any constitutional right for what you deem dangerous, regardless of political affiliation. And this just sets a bad precedent for future governments anywhere in the United States. And hopefully this gets struck down in court.
Hey, as someone who is a 100% responsible gun owner, believer, and stuff like that, you know, one of the biggest things that scares and bothers me? Watching these guys strapped with these big guns and 5 guns and stuff like that at a street festival kicking back with a Bud Light.
Yeah.
That scares the shit out of me. That, you know, I'm okay with, you know, firearms being illegal in places where alcohol is sold. And that includes closed-in events like that.
Yeah, because you make bad decisions.
That makes it a fish in a barrel situation now. But in situations like that, if you have an area where you restrict guns, you should also have armed security.
I agree with that. Another comment says 30 days will become more. Don't allow her to do this. It's time to stand up against this before you lose your rights plus more. Another one that says she admitted it. She admitted to it. A reporter asked her, do you really think this unconstitutional order will stop criminals? She responded, no. So she admitted that this order is aimed at law-abiding citizens. Another comment. So law-abiding citizens need a cooling off period from what exactly? What if she does this and it shows a decrease in shootings? What if the data comes out that there's less shootings, less deaths during this time period that she has this thing going?
Not enough time for a viable study of a statistical anomaly. Not enough time to be a viable statistic. It would have to be something done over a year or two. but again, there's the only thing that I can see there that she's trying to do, and I would have to do research on this about the city, is are the gangs shooting each other up in the city parks? Are people getting shot are people getting shot in these places? Yes or no? That's what we really need to be asking. Because if they're not getting shot in those places, then this literally is smoke and mirrors, and makes me wonder what the other 10 or 15 bills that they're pushing through their governments are right now. While everyone's paying attention to this, what other 5 or 6 little bills are being passed by, not even looked at because the attention is on this. Just that's just my thought now.
As I read these comments, I'm struck by the idea that I've read like probably more than 20 comments, and none of them are supporting, this idea. And I think that's telling. I think that's showing something. I think that's a clue.
No, it's a bad law. That's why.
And no one thinks that this is a good idea or supporting it in any way, like out of all of these comments.
Well, look at it. We broke it down in 5 minutes to where it really doesn't really do anything that's not done already, and that it targets what would be people who are willing to follow that and not criminals. And it's obvious. She said it's not. She even said in the cut, it's not really going to do anything to stop criminals. So yeah, why would you even do it if it doesn't protect people?
Well,
there's no obvious protection here. Again, we're sitting not knowing what the crime statistics are in those particular places, or if that state has the no guns in these places already laws. I mean, we're flying blind, not knowing the state laws, because it's New Mexico, not here.
Yeah, well, she obviously thought it was a good idea, and there had to be some other people in her office that thought it was a good idea, or some, maybe some constituents, someone other than herself who thought it was a good idea. I think that this reflects a culture of, it reflects our culture here in the United States related to guns, given that I've read all of these comments and no one feels like this is a good idea or going in a good direction or anything good to say about it at all, out of all the comments that I've read.
Because it's a bad law that doesn't really do anything. It's useless legislation that's going to tie up the courts, that's going to take money away from the taxpayers while all of this crap goes on. And like I said, more likely is distraction from some other bullshit they're trying to slide into the back through the back door.
So, but you don't find it weird that no one is feels like it's a good idea? I mean, we can both agree that it's a bad idea, but you don't find it strange that no one feels like it's a good idea.
What's the page that it's on? What's the page that it's on? Go up to the top of everything where the video is. Yeah.
It's just a local news station, KRQE.
It's what? KRQE. Go up to the top though. Let's see their background and stuff. Oh, so they're not really KRQE. This is how we need to find something real quick. KRQE is CBS Fox. It's a CBS Fox local affiliate. That's why they're all anti. It's Fox. That's why it's conservative news channel basically. No, that really does explain a lot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the followers remember during the pandemic, Fox became the only station conservatives ever listened to, and CNN became the far leftist instead of what they used to be. Remember, they drew a line, and Fox News is like 90% conservative. All of their shows, all of that were conservative, while everyone else was running left, despite the undertones saying the same. That's why, that's why if you actually read comments under most Fox News things, they're almost all extremely conservative. And I'm not dismissing or anything. It doesn't surprise me that there's no real. See, I don't want to call it democratic, and I don't want to call it leftist, because it's neither. Neither word is correct, if you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah. This is, for comparison, let's look at this. It shows the gun laws in Mexico. So just to be clear, we're not talking about the United States. We're talking about Mexico. But this is for comparison and contrast. Let's check this out.
Hey everybody, Q RuPaul here from 2Expats Mexico, and in today's video, I'm going to be answering the question, can someone lawfully own a firearm in Mexico? And while I'm at it, I'm going to go ahead and answer other common questions that I get about the firearms laws in Mexico. Now, all I ask from you is that you take the time to hit the like button, the subscribe button, and the little bell. That's all I'm asking for. All right, let's get started. Now, before we get started with this, I want to say what this video is not. This is not one of those videos where I want to debate if somebody should own guns or not. Guns are good, guns are bad. It's not that kind of video. All I'm doing is explaining what the firearms laws are in Mexico. That's it. Okay, we got it. Let's move on to the number one question. Is it legal for civilians in Mexico to own firearms? And the answer is yes. Although Mexico's gun laws are stricter than those in the US, it is well rooted in the Mexican Constitution in Article 10 that they have the right to bear arms, at least in their home, for self-defense. The federal law in Mexico that enumerates all the rights, restrictions, and conditions for firearm possession and usage is going to be found in La Ley Federal de Armas de Fuego y Explosivos, in the federal firearms and explosives law. Next question. Are foreigners allowed to possess firearms legally in Mexico? And the answer is yes, provided that the foreigner has either obtained their Mexican citizenship or is a lawful permanent resident, and of course has obtained all the permits necessary from the government, which we're going to talk about real soon. Another interesting thing to point out is that tourists can actually apply for and obtain a temporary permit to import a firearm into Mexico for the purposes of either target shooting or hunting, but only with the written invitation of a sports shooting or hunting club here in Mexico. Next question, which government agency in Mexico handles licensing and gun registration? That would be the Secretaría de Defensa Nacional, or Secretary of National Defense. They go by SEDENA for short. So once many people find out that you can actually own a firearm in your home for self-defense in Mexico, the next question that obviously comes up is, where do I even buy this thing? Is there a gun store anywhere? Well, there's one gun store in the entire country, and it's in Mexico City, and the government runs it. You'll never see an advertisement for this place, and the building's not even marked. In fact, you'll be able to get an invitation to go there once you've completed all of the required paperwork and gone through the bureaucracy of actually purchasing a firearm. So next question is, how many firearms can I own? Well, you can have one firearm for your household for self-protection. You can have a semi-automatic calibered up to .380, or you could have a revolver up to .38. Now, the rules are a little bit different for people who live on ejido land, and that's the communal agricultural properties I mentioned in the video about foreigners buying property in Mexico. Or if you're on indigenous land, or if you're a farm worker, they're a little looser there. They can also have, say, a .22 rifle or shotgun, various calibers of that. And if you're an active member of either a shooting or hunting club in Mexico, you're allowed to have 10 firearms, 9 of those being long guns and 1 handgun. And our next question, do I need a special permit to carry the gun on my person or in my car? Yes, you do not want to do that without a permit. And that obviously leads us to our last question of the day. How do I get a permit? Well, it's not easy to get. They definitely discourage this. You can apply at Sedena, place we talked about before, but you're going to have to take a medical exam, psychological test, drug test, and most importantly, explain the need for you to carry a gun. And that's not easy to get. In a country of almost 130 million people, Sedena's only issued about 3,000 permits for private individuals to do that. Now, we're not talking about the armed security guards you see at businesses and things. We're just talking about citizens with a concealed firearm. Not going to be easy to get. I probably wouldn't even try. Well, that's the end of the video. I hope you found it informative. Again, this was not a debate about whether guns are good, bad. That's not what this is about. Just telling you a little bit about legal gun ownership in Mexico.
So what do you think? You there, Doc? A couple of points. Go ahead.
No, that's I was there. So yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, a couple of comparisons is in the whole country, it's only one gun store, and it's ran by the government. That's a major difference from the United States. And getting a license to carry is more difficult. They have more stringent on the kinds of weapons that you can use. What else was it? So what do you think about those particular policies?
I think there's a reason why cartels run most of their country.
There's a limit on the number of firearms you can have. So not just which kinds, but also the number. You can only have a certain number of them. What else? All the guns have to be registered. And if you're a foreigner, it's more difficult for you to get one than even the people that are there. You can get one, but it's going to be difficult. Let me see. Do I have any comments? That's good. The caption, it says, ready to move to Mexico? Check out the complete Mexico relocation guide. Let's see. Let's see. One, it says, I have family that brings shotguns into Mexico every year for dove hunting. You get the permit from a Mexican consulate here in the USA. You pay the fees, obey their rules, and it's legal and relatively an easy process. Oh, it makes me think about another thing that was different. It was saying that you have to pass a drug test and psychological screening. What else did he say? You have to give a reason why that justifies you to need to carry it.
Well, that's for a personal carry permit.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm all of the mind to see. I know it may seem like I sound like I'm saying guns everywhere, guns everywhere, guns everywhere, but I'm not. I actually think that training and permission should be used. I think all these people. I think open carry for people with no training is a bad fucking idea. I think people that want to carry, the idea is like, protect your home. That's what a gun's about. That's what having firearms is for. I want my AR-15. I want my shotgun. I want my 3 different calibers of pistols in my house. However, if I'm out and about, I should at least have the same basic test and training as someone who drives a car. something to show that I know how to handle the gun, take care of it, and I'm not just going to shoot anyone because I'm fucking around with it. Well, I don't know that doesn't really equate to cars either, because people kill people with cars all the time because they're fucking around, despite having a license. But yeah, open carry. I mean, should be. Well, you should still have to have something that says, "I know how to handle this gun." Concealed carry should be, I have a reason, be it I carry cash on me all the time, I'm a delivery driver, PI, I have an open, I have an open, stay away from me court order going. Something like that. I couldn't come up with for some reason I couldn't come up with a name with it off the top of my head. Say restriction order, whatever those things are. You know, where they make you stay away from somebody, like an abused wife or something like that.
Yeah, it's
restraining order. Restraining order.
Restraining order. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of reasons that people haven't been. Drug test isn't iffy. I get it, but Walmart hires their employees first based on who can pass a P test, and we all know what it's like to go into Walmart. That's not necessarily a good judge of person and character. But at the same time, you know, that's where the guy that smokes a J every now and then loses out against these people that are on 18 levels of prescriptions pills and really shouldn't have a gun.
Yeah, because they sued it.
They got the paperwork for it. They got the script, so they're fine. But those are the ones more likely to shoot anybody than just smoking a J every now and then.
Yeah, they high. Legally high.
They're high like our grandparents were back when the prescriptions were pure.
I'm scrolling to see what I didn't cover.
Well, you're scrolling on your own.
Yeah, I'm going through my Activate. Does me sending the stuff through Activate affect you in any way or help in any way?
I am able to watch more of them because I don't watch videos and stuff on my phone because I've got to stop, sit down, and watch nothing but them. When I got the Activate going, you know, I can be doing the other things that I need to be doing. I can play it. I get it on my computer. I sit at my computer for 4 to 6 hours a day. I'm only on my phone for 5 or 10 minutes at a time throughout the day. Because when I'm at work, you know, and most of the time when I'm anything where I've got time on my phone, I'm listening to an audiobook or something like that because, well, that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I all the links that come through the chats, the phone chat and all, I don't really get a chance to watch them because I can't stop and then focus on the little screen because I don't do everything through my phone. I do everything through my computer. I'm that guy that you walk up to and has 42 different
tabs open,
and there's sound coming from 3 of them. I've crashed my computer by starting off looking up what common grasses are on all continents.
That's random.
Well, I was trying to figure out trade routes and building beautiful gardens and things like that. And it's like, well, I really like Bermuda grass, but a lot of people like St. Augustine. So I started with there, and then it ended up getting into the history of trade routes and China and this and that, and how different fruits and vegetables and the times that they were all over the world. And I ended up getting so many tabs open, my computer just crashed. Because like, oh yeah, I need to check that out after this. Oh, I need to, and I never really did find the answer to the original question, and it doesn't really matter anymore because all the other information I found out was better. It helped me design a trade route system for my fictional world because I was able to compare it to ours.
I got a bunch of tabs open right now. I'm trying to see. It's a couple more, but I don't know which one I want to do. We got them talking about Congress making millions of dollars trading stocks. I got the other one talking about Biden. Biden investigation entering new phase. I don't remember if I covered that or not.
And everybody's still trying to say Trump can't be on the ballot. Remember they were saying that about a month ago. They're trying that again. It's like, not yet.
Yeah, I have a video.
It requires convictions first.
Yeah, I have a video on that. So let's go into that. And I guess we'll wrap it on that one. Where is it? Here it is right here. Of course, it would be MSNBC. Yeah, everybody is screaming this. So let's play this right quick.
There is a legal theory arguing that Donald Trump is constitutionally disqualified from running for president on grounds that it would violate the 14th Amendment. It's based on a little-known provision that bars people who have engaged in an insurrection from holding government office. It isn't just legal scholars kicking this theory around, but also elected officials like Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold, who told Politico there have been conversations among other secretaries as well. The issue has intensified in Griswold's state, where the group Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington filed a lawsuit on behalf of the 6 voters, 4 Republicans and 2 unaffiliated, seeking to remove Trump from the ballot in that state because of his role in the insurrection on January 6th. Joining me now is Colorado Secretary of State Jena Griswold, who also chairs the Democratic Association of Secretaries of State. Secretary Griswold, thank you for being here. The group seeking to remove Trump from the ballot declares that it would be improper and a breach or neglect of duty for you as Secretary of State to allow his name to appear on any future primary or general election ballots. Talk about the lawsuit and how you plan to address it.
Well, first, thank you for having me on. It's always great to see you. And what we are facing is a lawsuit alleging that Donald Trump is disqualified from the Colorado ballot for inciting the insurrection and trying to steal the election in 2020 from the American people. Now, this is a somewhat novel issue, but there is a provision of the Constitution, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, that clearly states that when someone swears to uphold the Constitution, they are disqualified from office if they engage in insurrection or rebellion or comfort or aid the enemies of the Constitution. So the lawsuit is based on that provision. There is a lot of questions of exactly how that provision works. And that's why I'm so glad to see, honestly, a lawsuit filed, because a court needs to weigh in.
You know, Secretary, the 14th Amendment has been discussed publicly for a while, but this is a challenge officially filed against Trump. It's also voters who initiated the suit. that doesn't fit the profile. Well, Trump calls them radical left communists. These are the people who Trump's claiming who are behind these charges. But the folks who are bringing suit, or not bringing suit, but some of the legal scholars who are pushing this, they're from the Federalist Society. These are conservatives. These aren't radical left communists, right?
Oh man, I'm not even gonna lie. This is boring me because they're not even really saying nothing. It said there's.
He has to be convicted. All of this is they're saying, oh, he's guilty of insurrection. He's been charged. Court's going on. Let's see. You cannot pull him off of the ballot using the 14th Amendment if he is not convicted of doing those things. I mean, it seems pretty simple, straight cut to me. I mean, I might just be a dumbass I might just be a dumbass old guy on the internet, but I mean, we actually read the 14th Amendment on the show a few weeks back, and we both pretty much came up with the same conclusion is, at this point in time, he's not been convicted, so technically he hasn't committed treason or support of treason or insurrection or anything like that.
Yeah. I think this one is talk about a big nothing burger. It's a huge nothing burger.
Weapon of mass distraction. Distraction. Just all that matters is stopping him from being able to run, whether they can do it by legal or by media manipulation. I mean, if they can get enough people to go, well, in their mind, well, they've already done it. In the mind of most of America, he's guilty. I mean, but I really don't think he was involved with the Proud Boys and shit like that. But hey, again, I'm waiting to see on this one. Like I've said, I want all the tourists and the people that weren't there for nefarious purposes, I want them let go. They do not deserve to be fucking punished. They're getting to the people that have done stuff. But there's a lot of people in jail that don't need to be there for walking around taking pictures afterwards. Just saying. Though, again, all those military people get Article 15 and spanked pretty bad because they knew better.
This thing right here says overdraft fees were created in 1990 and credit scores were created in 1989. And it says we can live without them. That's fairly recent. What did they do before we had the credit scores?
That's not true. That's not true. I'm sorry. I had my first bank account before 1990, and there were overdraft fees. And I had a credit score when I was 18. 18. So 86, I had a credit score. Now, that might be the way we know them now, but not the existence of.
Trying to look it up. It's not popping up. Let's see. Let's do wiki. Guess they don't really want you to know this because it's not popping up. Yeah, I don't want to spend a lot of time. This is already taking too long. It's not popping up. Let me see, Wikipedia. Does it say it? Brazil, Canada, China, Denmark, Germany. Where the hell is the United States? United Kingdom, United States.
USA Today says 1990s.
Well, you found it already? Because I've been looking
I
and I
found
don't
stuff
see it.
about it. I just used history of overdraft fees. Then a USA Today article comes up with overdraft fees, which started in the 90s. But I remember paying them before that when, a bounced check fee is an overdraft fee. That's right. That's what it was called. So yeah, it was called an overdraft fee. But they still had a different term for them before that, because you had to pay for the bounce check, and then you still had to pay the bank for not having the money too.
Yeah. I was searching credit score, history of credit score, and it's not. I don't see it. Wait. Maybe I found it. Brief look at the long history behind credit reporting. I'm already tired. Why don't I just say what the hell? Yeah, this is taking too long.
Okay, so basically in 1989, the current credit system that we know it, Equifax, Experian, TransUnion, the 3-digit credit score. However, before that, there still were credit reports, but it wasn't based on the FICO system. So there were credit scores, but credit scores as we know them. You know, my score is 7. You know, if you get a 720 or above, you're doing okay. 800, you got badass credit. That system was invented in '89. Before that, a different system was used, but there was still a credit system. Basically, what I just said earlier.
Yeah, I'm looking at it now.
Like I'm saying, overdraft fees, credit scores, you should put as we know them were created in on both of those lines. They're not wrong. He's not lying.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I think I'm gonna have to wrap it.
Matter of fact,
Ty.
the FICO system was put in supposedly to make it easier for people to build credit, not harder. Because supposedly the old way before that was harder.
Hmm. Yeah, man, I'm gonna have to wrap it. I'm tired. My brain's not working anymore. Didn't get much sleep last night, and I worked all day today. And I gotta work tomorrow. So, you got any final thoughts? Oh, were you here when I was talking about the name of the show? Natural Order is Chaos. You saw that title? What does that say to you?
Another one of those attempts at a conundrum.
Yeah.
Oxymoron. Peacekeeper missile. Military intelligence. Honest politician. Just words that contradict themselves.
You was using conundrum examples, but you were stabbing at people at the same time.
Oh, I ain't saying nothing, man.
Yeah, man. I gotta get out of here. I'm freaking exhausted.
I'm really not an anarchist. I'm a what the fuckist.
Yeah.
Say I'm okay with the shit coming out, being called out and talked about, but I want to find a middle ground so we can stop bitching and actually working towards something.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
And sometimes it matters how you got to the decision, but most of the time it really doesn't, as long as we agree. We may come at it for different reasons, but we got to start recognizing where you may not get to this idea and thought the same reason or way I do, but we're there. That does affect things further on, though, on other decisions later, but it's still a stepping stone. It's a place to go forward from instead of a place to battle towards. And there's a whole lot more stepping stones between the left and the right than there are, landmines. But everyone wants to concentrate on the landmines. So all the rest of the stuff gets left behind, and everybody feels like, well, ain't nothing going on, ain't nothing happening. It's because you're spending all your time fighting over the stuff you don't agree with, instead of making the changes that you do agree with.
That's great, because and then the media exacerbates the situation, because I would say abortion is a landmine, guns is a landmine, LGBTQ is a landmine.
No, trans, not LGBTQ.
Yeah, it's funny that they put all of them in the same category. I bet you that those people would rather not be in the same categories with the others. It's not even fair to do them.
There's a lot of trans people that don't want to be under the label of some of these people that are going on today.
Yeah.
I mean, you've seen me drop some Blair White videos in. You would never, I mean, she's one of those where you just got to sit back and go, well, fuck, I need to readjust my thoughts for a minute about, people being people. I mean, because you can't look at Blair White and go, it's just a man. It's just a. She does not definitely look like a man, but she is, and she will say that she is a trans woman, and that's one of the things that it's like. I don't like taking away, real woman. She's like, no, I'm not. I'm a trans woman, and I will always be a trans woman, and that's okay. And it is okay to be a trans woman. But to start calling cis women cis because you need to label them for your convenience violates the very pronoun laws that you want to use for yourself.
Yeah.
You want to be called ma'am, but you want to call them cis. You know, where's the respect? You know, it's the tyranny. It's the tyranny of the trans right now that has got everybody bothered. It's like, okay, we get it, we know. Tell you what, don't go crazy on me, and we'll work with you. Don't come in with a chubby and a beard yelling, "It's male," and I might be a little more copacetic with it. I mean, if you really, really, truly feel like on the inside you are a woman and that is what you want to express, then you will do everything at all times to be as woman as you possibly can. And I'm not seeing that. And as far as bathrooms and things, have respect. There are women that have had bad things happen to them, a lot. And as a gay or trans person, you understand that too. And to violate a private space with a penis is not cool. A safe space for them. And, you know, you want your safe spaces. I want my safe. Well, what about others? You want us to be considerate. Be considerate as well.
Yeah. Adding a hyphen to women or men to make yourself feel, I don't know.
They're not cis women. They are women. You are a trans woman. That's okay. Don't give me this periods. Don't give me the breastfeeding. Don't give me, I identify as a man, but I took a penis and I'm going to have a baby so a man can't have a baby. No, you're pregnant. You're a woman. At least while you're there pregnant. I mean, come on. Biological function does have a little bit to say in this. I am so going to get my account shut down for a little while, aren't I?
Yeah, let me get out of here before we say something. Get me in trouble. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. Hopefully we learned something. Hopefully we found some middle ground, something we can agree on. You know, hopefully we can move forward together to find solutions. Peace and love. Thank y'all for listening. Out.
Wow.